I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating.
You are watching BusinessDay Television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
This is the Craftsmanship Chronicles series on Go Local, and on this episode, our focus is on wood, trees in our hood. Kemi Michael here, your Yoruba named Akwa Ibom girl, welcoming you to Go Local. Now, Go Local is a podcast where we delve deeply and explore our nation's local uniqueness. Go local, buy local, and together we stay global. As we get into it, do also grab a cup of your favorite drink and a snack you would love to munch on. Oh, and make sure to make it a Nigerian snack and get ready for an amazing ride. Since humans first realized they could make use of the materials they found in the vicinity, wood has been used and altered by us. People eventually learned about the special qualities of wood as they utilized it to satisfy a wide range of human requirements in peace and conflict, farming, and industry. Throughout history, trees and their wood have been essential to human existence. Since ancient times, wood has been one of our most vital building elements, used for construction as well as for production of tools, weapons, and furniture. Wood has historically played a key role in a lot of areas, and we Nigerians are part of that history. For this episode, I went to the Itamaga sawmill in the Ikorodu area of Lagos State, where I was able to speak with the General Secretary of the sawmill.
My name is Alhaji Kabiru Adegboyega Ibrahim, and this is Sogidowo Sawmill Itamaga. So I'm the secretary to the association, General Secretary to the association, Sogidowo Plant Marketers Association of Nigeria.
Here in Nigeria and around the world, we have several uses of wood, such as agricultural purposes, for making musical instruments, for carving religious figurines, to create household furniture, for casket production, for fortification, as well as for source of energy supply, for example, our firewood and general logs for fireplaces. The wood production in Nigeria has specific process, and I will leave the explaining for the experts.
The woods normally come in 2x6. That is for roofing. So when they buy to the, like the ones you are looking there now, and it's 2x6. So when they bring it here, so if you want to saw it, you saw into 2x4, 2x3, 2x2. Those are the roofing planks. So we saw into to those sizes if you need it for roofing. So we take it from the shed down to the machine side. So we saw it there. If it is roofing, so it's all 2x4, 2x3, 2x2. So for facing board, that one is 1x12, 1x12x12. So now like the one that they are putting down there, so that is 1x12x12 for facing board. So after you roof to facing board, so you cover breeze or whatever. So that's what they use that one for. So to seal the roof with the ceiling. So that's what they use it for.
Just like other industries, the wood industry sure has its challenges.
The challenges we usually face is the problem of this marine police or guard or whatever. You know, they are extorting us too much. You know, Nigeria, that's Nigeria system, corruption. After we will have saw wood, process it, take the license, but they usually collect approval for wood, any wood cut. After that, if you pass through the water, if this marine police or whatever see you, they will still collect money as if you never collect any paper. So that's the Nigerian problem. So we face many challenges, yeah. At the same time, after they are coming from the river, the canoe bash, those the trucks that are coming into the sawmill, those are the policemen on the road trying to collect something, collect money. Those are the challenges we have.
Vegetation of Nigeria can be broadly classified into two types, that is, forest and savanna. Now, according to Statista in 2021, Nigeria exported forest products amounting to nearly $109.7 million. Most of these products were roundwood and sawnwood, amounting to roughly $52.4 million and $8.1 million respectively. Other main exported forest products included paper and paperboard.
The wood always come from Bayelsa State, Ondo State, Edo State, and from Oyo as well. But the one coming from Oyo, that's 1 by 12 by 12, and at times 2 by 12. But 2 by 6 wood for roofing normally come from Bayelsa, Edo State, Ondo State, and at the same time from Ogun State, Ogun Water side. The customer you have, if it is an old customer, you must have a relationship. He can call you on phone and place order. So you call transport for him. When you've concluded with him for the quotation of the wood, so if you help him process it, you call transporter to transport it. So they will take it down to him. Or some do come inside to the market by themselves. So they will negotiate price, buy the wood, call a motor to pack it. Because the transporters, they have their own association as well.
According to the United Nations, Nigeria has the highest deforestation rate in the world, with an estimated 3.7% of its forest lost every year.
That's what I'm saying, our problem here. And these forestry people that are supposed to be handled at Ministry of Agri. Wherever they cut timber, supposed to plant it back immediately. I know they don't do that. In a question of say 5 to 10 years now, there will be the issue of a wood scarcity. Those places that I'm talking the other time, Bayelsa, Edo, whatever. If you want to get wood now, it's very, very far to the upland, to the river itself, to the swamp itself, too far. That's why the wood is very hot now.
This is a call to action to the Department of Forestry, Federal Ministry of Environment. We in Nigeria are losing our trees and we need a solution to this loss. When one tree is cut down, I believe 10 more should be planted in its stead. Wood in Nigeria plays a very vital role, and leaving our forests to chance of the trees growing on their own accord is very risky. We need to be more intentional about our forests, and yes, also the trees in our hood. If you've ever wondered where you can get wood from, well, look no further. The sawmill at Itamaga area of Ikorodu in Lagos is right there for you. Now, if you happen to be a lover of DIYs, or you're a professional wood carver, an artist that uses wood for their craft, or one who uses wood in their everyday life, for example, writers, well, always remember, wood is good, but we need more trees in our hood. Plant a tree today, save our environment.
They bury me, my outfit at the ground for good 3 days. So this is what I'm doing for now. My name is Obina Okonkwo. People in this area always call me Okobanti. Based on what I do, I produce palm, sandal, both men and female. I'm not born like this. So when I was like 2 years old, when I got this accident, I sick. Then my mom took me to the hospital, but unfortunately, they gave me injection to the wrong side. Instead of to give me at the normal place, give me at my bone. It now weak me. My mom cannot back me with one wrapper. He used 3 wrapper to back me. Because she said I cannot be able to sit down again. I only, you know. But she has to do everything possible to make sure that I'm okay. According to my mom, what she said, she took me to those people that do agbo. That's a native medicine. She said they bury me, my outfit at the ground for good 3 days. You know, then do some maintenance to make sure that I can be able to sit down. Because according to her, she said I cannot sit down. I just, you know, because I'm weak all over. My mom tried everything possible to make sure that I'm okay. I don't like going back to my past because it do hurt me. Each time I go back on it, make me shed tears. But that one doesn't bring me down. I'm still pushing on. Based on I believe that this this is not the end of it. I still thank God that I'm alive and I'm still putting forward. Sometimes I say, this boy cannot continue like this. No. Let me find one or two things and fix him. He asked me, boy, what would you like to learn? I say, radionic. And I decided, no, radionic cannot. I said, no, I want to learn cobbler. He said, now fix me in one at a Babbage market. There's one man they call Mr. Water. But now this man is late. May he rest in peace. That's my boss. He taught me on how to beat palm. I learned my work for good 4 years, but no money to continue on my own, to start on my own. My boss said, okay, boy, and if I do your business with me, if you can sample your goods in my show glass, then anything, if customer come, if they choose your own, fine, they choose my own fast. So my boss is the only person that helped me that period for good 4 or 5 years. I'm married with a wife with 4 kids. This is what I'm doing. This is what I'm doing to feed them, to take care of, even pay their school fees. I know it's not really easy, but I don't have to give up. I said, I have to put myself together. I don't even look down on my condition that I'm on wheelchair. As you can see now from here, from here now, I can get to mainland. I will just go to the bus stop, take a box, they will carry me to mainland, where I do buy my materials. I don't have to give up to myself. You know, I know I'm a man. And I'm not seeing myself on this wheelchair. I don't look down myself. I believe that any woman that will come for me like this, she will take me where I am. And that's my wife. Our former president say the youth are lazy. Me, I say no, the youth are not lazy, no. If they can come outside and walk around the street, they will see people like me say, no, this bros, man, you're not lazy. I'm not lazy. If I'm lazy, my woman will not accept me. My dad do everything possible to take good care of us. So when I lost him, I have no option. And I had to buckle myself and engage my hustle. Because this is what I'm doing. Not for the time. So I said, no, I rather stick onto it. And this hustle has to pay me, pay my house rent, my baby school fees, and then feeding. If market goes well, I can make like normally 6 to 7K. And if it's like a month end, when people have got a salary, I can make like 16 to 17K. That month end, but it's per day, 7K, 6K. And it's too expensive, and I have to save to buy more materials. Normally, if I do just to build, I can do like 7 PS or 6 PS per day. If I do repairing, and I can do like 3 PS. 1 pair of shoe here, it contains 4K. Depends on the sole. If you want normal foreign sole, it's 4.5. Normal Nigeria sole is 3.5. One guy came to me here, meet me. He said, bro, you know where your shoe don't reach? I said, no. He said, I travel to Dubai. The farm where I wear go, my friend carry him. Now I come back, come see my mom. I said, no, I must pick one again. And I said, bro, now God, he said, bro, where your palm reach, you go reach here pass. I say, amen. So I'm not feeling bad. I know if it is God, I'm not looking at myself.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello and welcome back to the BDTV Breakfast Show. Now we are on and set to review what we have on the front pages of the newspapers this morning. And of course, I've got joining me virtually, I've got Damian Ajayi, our analyst, who will be joining me to discuss some of the big stories making the front pages of the papers this morning. Welcome to the show, Damian.
Good morning.
Good morning to you. Hope you are well today.
Thank God, it's Friday.
Thank God it's Friday, absolutely. And it's not just a Friday, it seems like a long one for everyone. I mean, for those of you who are not essential services like us. But you know what, let's start with what we have on the Vanguard papers this morning. The Vanguard papers this morning says, lawyers, others may flay Ibas, suspension of political appointees, and this is in Rivers State. It says, and this is in Rivers State. It says lawyers orders may flay IBAS, suspension of political appointees. Also on the top side of the Vanguard, it says my ordeal with the EFCC, and this is somebody recounting a story. On page 9 of Vanguard paper this month, says reps to probe 8 trillion naira revenue loss from tax waivers and incentives. And on page 19 it says NNPCL assesses potential partners ahead of IPO. On page 7 of the Vanguard newspaper says manager, 3 others arrested as lodger dies in Delta Hotel. On the bottom side says Southeast Caucus faults Senate's rejection of immortalizing Nwosu, says he's hero of democracy and walks out of chamber. On page 6 it says late ex-Oyo Governor Adimobi's first daughter dies at 42. Really sad and tragic news there. On page 9 it says bill to stop politicians above 60 from contesting presidential governorship polls scales second reading in reps. And in the world of sports, it says it's not over yet, but tougher task now. This is on the World Cup qualifiers, and this is according to Osimhen. But Mr. Damien, let's start with the big story on the front page of the Vanguard papers. Lawyers, this is Rivers State, says lawyers orders may flay by suspension of political appointees, and lawyers go on to say that the suspension is unconstitutional. Appointees sack evidence of a hidden agenda. This is according to CUPP. CSOs petition UN over Tinubu's emergency declaration in Rivers State. And APC says emergency rule has solved 90% of crisis. Explains why Wike couldn't be suspended. I want to hear your thoughts on this story, Mr. Damien, very quickly.
Once again, good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. It's really sad, honestly, that we have to come to this place in our constitutional history, especially our democratic, evolution, growth. I stand with the NBA, and I think that I stand with a lot of lawyers and civil society organizations who have condemned the state of emergency in Rivers as being unlawful and unconstitutional in the manner it was done. And I think that to a large extent, what they said is what is contributing to the issue that we are saying, because when the appointment of the sole administrator or the suspension of the governor and elected governor and the House of Assembly is unconstitutional, then of course every other thing that will come out of it will be unconstitutional. Because if we look at this development, he has a way of showing the legacy, the democratic growth that we've committed ourselves to over the years. And yeah, I've heard some lawyers, argue in support, respectfully. But then I think that the Constitution must be seen as a whole. And I think that the framers of the Constitution did not intend that it would, a sitting president, an elected president, would sack the suspended governor in the manner it was done, executive fiat. And I don't think so, because we must look at Section 305, we must look at it with Section 11.5 of the Constitution. We must also look at it with Section 5 that says nothing in the presidential power shall be construed to impede on the federal system of government. And we must also look at Section 11.5 that says in giving the powers to the National Assembly to take over the State House of Assembly, Section 11.5 is clear. Nothing in that power shall include the power to suspend the governor or to impeach a governor. So I don't think that's the case is in court. So we've heard that the PDP governors have filed a case in court, Supreme Court, the original court. cost interpret. So, but it's really a sad thing. Because it means where's the accountability? The sole administrator is in charge of everything. He's in charge of the house. He spends money without corporation. Does he want to control the local government? Control? Where's the check and balance? Where's the federal system? Where's the belly of the constitution? It's like suspending everything, and I don't think that is what the framers of the constitution have in mind. And the National Assembly, in their approval, seem to subject the sole administrator's activities under them. I don't know if he had the approval to appoint new SSG or I don't know, but then I don't think that it helps in the democratic growth and evolution. I think it just takes us back or takes us in another direction, that is quite. We hope that the Supreme Court would interpret it once and for all, and move forward and learn.
Let's talk about this other story that's on the front page this morning. Southeast Caucus faults Senate's rejection of immortalizing Nwosu. They say he's a hero of democracy and walk out of chamber. Firstly, do you think that they have a point here when they say that Nwosu is a hero of democracy?
Yeah, well, in democracy, we're bound opinion. I think that it is important that we know that people tend to have different opinions in respect to the subject. But I see what, in my own interpretation of the issue, is it goes to the hypocritical nature of our political class, and maybe Nigerians in general, especially the elites, because in one breath you are immortalizing people who worked under IBP. In one breath, the president, the Senate, everybody is Zulu. Everybody at the at IBP's book launch eulogize them, and in another breath, Professor Onfre Uwosu, who served under him as INEC chairman, he's been condemned as as an for his annulment of June 12 as an anti-democratic behavior. I understand the argument that, look, some of those actions were undemocratic. I understand the argument from that side that, look, elections was annulled. The presidential election was annulled under your watch. Yes, I understand the argument. It's an anti-democratic action, and it must be condemned because of future, for posterity's sake. Yes, I understand that there was was it Emma Hour, the former INEC chairman before Professor Nwosu was appointed, had to resign because of his disagreement with former President IBB. That is honorable. What Professor Nwosu did, annulling, was not honorable. He was anti-democratic. But then again, there were other civilians also that served under IBB that we are eulogizing today. Ufala is served under IBB. Babs Fafanwa served under IBB as Minister of Education. Bola Akiyemi served under IBB as External Affairs. Kalu served under Budget and Planning. Sam David West, Ransom Kuti, they all served under him. But why are we using double standard? If the basis is that, they served under, a regime that annulled the presidential election, June 12 presidential election, then we can't choose on what basis. Some people served under him, and they are heroes of democracy today. People like Akipe went all the way and became a senator. And these were people that that truncated the presidential system. the election, the June 12 election, they contributed in one way or the other significantly to the annulment. Then we praise them. So I understand. So the argument has taken an ethnic coloration. Where the Southeast is saying, oh, he's our man, no matter how flawed he is. Because there are also other people from other regions too that were in the cabinet. And today they are heroes of democracy. So I think that we must come to a point where we have standards, where we have values, where we create a platform, a criteria that is just and fair and promotes the things we say we believe. Not that we divert at every point that is convenient or not convenient. And I think that is the challenge with the political class. Today they are saying this, tomorrow they are saying that. They are not held accountable. Imagine you served under Hitler during the Second World War. No matter what they say, oh, you served because you do not have, you were not honorable enough to resign. There was no excuse. So you will say, okay, you served under Hitler. Oh, to this extent that you contributed to Hitler's hegemony cannot be said to be a credible person. So and that is the standard because you want to correct, you want to promote certain values, and you want to correct certain behaviors or misbehaviors for posterity's sake, so that people that are coming will learn from it, will see. Because the society it has developed as the values it tries to protect. And when I see both arguments, I just see the hypocrisy of the political, especially sometimes when it takes on ethnic coloration.
You actually make valid points when you say that we should have a set standard for what exactly it is, what exactly will be the criteria for us, putting some of these people on some pedestal, or maybe even going on to immortalize them or whatnot. Because what we're seeing now is, it's, according to you, having some sort of looking like ethnic, showing some sort of ethnic coloration. And sometimes you see that beyond ethnic coloration, we're also seeing it's having some sort of, their biases and sentiments to all of these things. So we should have set standards truly. But let's talk about this story on page 9. It said, bill to stop politicians above 60 from contesting presidential governorship polls scales to second reading in reps. We don't know if it will make the final reading, but I want to know your thoughts on this. Do you think that this bill is worthy of being championed?
It's not bad in itself, but it's not what we need now. We have a lot of issues with governance, with leadership, with our democratic values, and so on and so forth. Don't forget, there's been over 5 amendments, or what some call alterations to the Constitution. And I think the 5th alteration, they included the 5th alteration and the 4th alteration. They reduced the age, the age of qualification for the president to 35. And I think that was, they reduced the age also for House of Reps and members of state houses of assembly, the age for qualification. So I think bringing it down to 60, I don't know why they are doing that. Perhaps the argument would be that they want to take older people off the table. But then I don't think it's really germane, because of course you have countries where you have older presidents and they performed. Have younger presidents and they misbehaved. In this country we've had governors were 40, who were in their early 40s when they became governors, and we saw what they did, and we saw what some did. Some, were unbelievably dictatorial. And some performed, and so I think is beyond that, is the capacity, is the quality, the character of the person, who the person is, the qualification, the network, the diplomatic, skills, the leadership skills of the person. And you can only know that through his resume, through the things he has done, through the things he wants to do, and by putting it to test, by engaging in debates and public hearings and debates and challenge, to be able to know, okay, is this person capable? And experience comes with age. So I don't think it is. You have some countries where character test is essential to become the president, to become the governor. You have to test your character. If anybody has anything against you in terms of moral decadence, in terms of character flaws, those things can debar you. So we must go into character. It's not just character, but leadership. The president of a country is not a walk in the park. You have the temerity.
So you think that at this point that is not quite a necessary bill that they should be, trying to pass at this time? Because even on the Punch newspaper this morning, the Punch newspaper says PDP others knock reps, say bill on president and governors misplaced. So I think you are holding the same opinion with the PDP and others in question. It says that the bill may bar Tinubu, Atiku, Obi from 2027 poll, and CUP, PSDP back candidates and competence against age-based bill. And I think that's exactly what you're saying at the same time. But there are also conversations about the fact that we're talking about the youth being the future. So we keep seeing that our presidents are like from the age, the ages 60, 70. We're having people presiding over us. But for you, according to what you're saying right now, you're saying all of that does not matter. It's the competence that matters, is it?
Yeah, the character, the competence, the quality of the human being, the person, leadership. Those things matter more than age. I'm not age. With age, it can go either ways. Like I said, there are countries where you've had young people in power, and they messed up, and you've had countries where you have older people in power, and they did well. Even if you look at the history of presidents in America, so it has nothing to do with age. I think it has something to do more with the person, competence, leadership, and I think at the end of the day, the people that will determine who wears the crown, who becomes their president. So I think that using youth and age to debar some people will be unfair, because we might actually be missing out on competence, leadership, and the quality of the person.
All right, let's see some other stories here on the front page of the Punch paper this morning. Just below the big story, which is on the 60-year age limit, we see a picture of the president of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, as well as the president of Ghana, President John Mahama. I know he was visiting yesterday. President Bola Tinubu welcomed him yesterday. Of course, we understand from this front page the proceedings of the meeting. Mahama briefs Tinubu on ECOWAS talks with Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso. And up on the Punch paper, it says experts lament as crude shortage funds ground 7. Crude shortage and funds ground 7 refineries. This continues on page 25. And on page 28, it says 807 meningitis cases, 74 deaths recorded in 22 states. Unfortunate. And this is according to the NCDC. On page 2, it says Rivers elders and groups slam Ibas for sacking Fubara's appointees. We already discussed that on the Vanguard paper. And then down below it says House under fire for reversing immunity withdrawal bill. I guess this is where I'll come back to you, Mr. Damian. And then below it says Eid el-Fitr, NSCDC, FRSC deploy operatives in prayer grounds and others, because we know it gets rowdy for these celebrations. And then down below it says Daniel Abiodun trade words over TASWED takeover by federal government. On pages 4 and 5 says parents tackle Ogun school over incisions on children's bodies. Local government crisis on page 35 says Osun APC PDP clash after meeting with AGF. But very quickly, I just want to hear your thoughts on this story on page 2, which says House under fire for reversing immunity withdrawal bill. What else do you know about this story?
The discussion on removal of immunity clause is beyond ongoing even before now. But I think that, one, this bill in particular excludes the president. And I think that it's limited to the deputy governor and vice president. And I think that it's flawed fundamentally that way. Because if you say immunity clause, you want to remove it from everybody. The people enjoy it, then remove it from all of them. If the argument is that so that those people would not, will be held accountable for whatever they do while they're in office, then it goes for everybody, because the danger there is that if you remove it for the president, if you do not remove it for the president and you remove it for his vice president and the deputy governors, they would, at the end of the day, they will kowtow at his feet. They will be under his subjugation. How do you want to build that check and balance, that transparency you seek? Because the president has it, others don't have it. Secondly, if you look at constitutional development from 1979 Constitution to the amendment during IBB's time to 1999 Constitution, you will see that the issues have always been, even way back to the Clifford Constitution in 1922, and Macpherson and Richards and Littleton and the Independence Constitution. The issues has always been the federal and the states or the region and the extent of that power. The existence and extent of that power. So now, what we are saying is they tried as much as possible, to my mind, to protect the governors from the overreach of the president by giving them an immunity clause. And I think that the House of Reps and the people involved in this case, they should always do an historical, a historical and a socio-political background to these things, so that you will know how we got to where we are. We didn't just jump here. We got here through events and processes to allay some fears. So they had to allay the fears of the federating units, because we saw what happened in the First and the Second Republic. The overreaching powers of the central. So that was the basis upon which they protected the governors and their deputies. Immunity. With immunity clause. So we must not just throw it away because we don't like it, but we must understand from all sides that, this is why it's not, because they want the governor, the president, to be able to perform their functions without undue interference, without unnecessary litigation and all that. So you must always look for why was it put there. And when we do that, then we'll be able to, balance, the whole argument and eventually do what is right in the best interest of Nigeria. Yeah. Not just because this takes time. We must really, really look at it. And I believe the second reading will afford them the opportunity for debates, publicly, before it goes further. So I think we are open to the robust debates that is likely to come out of it. Hopefully, allow it.
Well, looking forward to seeing how that all pans out. And President Tinubu marks his 73rd birthday today. The birthday is tomorrow, Saturday, but he's marking it today and is seeking for spiritual guidance for Nigeria. And this is according to also, his representative, which is Mr. Bayo Ononuga, says that the president is asking for guidance as he continues to lead this country. So it says that today we'll be using this occasion to thank God for preserving and supporting him in this task of piloting the nation's affairs. This is according to the Special Advisor on Information and Strategy. But thank you so much to you, Mr. Damian Ajayi, for your time this morning on the newspaper review. We truly, truly appreciate your time, but we're out of time now. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day and you enjoy the long weekend ahead.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday to Mr. President.
Happy birthday to him. It's a very, very, very lovely birthday. We wish
and may Allah give him the strength and wisdom to guide us right.
Amen. Thank you very much, Mr. Damian Ajayi, for your time on the BDTV newspaper review this morning. Stay with us. We'll be back for the big story up next.
They bury me, my outfit at the ground for good 3 days. So this is what I'm doing for now.
Good morning.
My name is Obina Okonkwo. People in this area always call me Okobanti. Based on what I do, I produce palm, sandal, both men and female. I'm not born like this. So when I was like 2 years old when I got this accident, I sick. Then my mom took me to the hospital, but unfortunately, they gave me injection to the wrong side. They to give me at the normal place.
business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
There's dignity in labor. Everything in life is about perseverance. And if you don't love what you are doing, you will not make it. There was somebody told me, go home, rent a shop and be selling gari. I am Madam Eunice Carlo. I'm a bus Korokwe driver. By the grace of God, I'm 60. I fly Egbeda to Ikeja on daily basis. I worked for some time, then I stopped. I opened the shop. At the end of the day, the shop closed. When I do take money from home to go to the shop, and it's the money I take from home that will take me home back. So the shop was not moving. After some time, it's my younger brother that now asked me if I can do this. I said yes, instead of being a liability. Because when I stopped the shop, because it was not adding, it was reducing my finance. He now asked me if I can do this. I said yes. So that's how he bought it for me. I started this in April 2021, and it's my boss that I used to learn. From 2021 till date is what I've been doing, which is 2 years. It depends on the money somebody is expecting on a daily basis. But for me now, the work now, when I think last year it was fair. But this year is nothing to write home about. Since the fuel increase, it's nothing to write home about. But at least, at all, now it was. Sometimes I get 3,000, sometimes I get 5,000. My family is very, very supportive. When I just come out in the morning, when I go home, I just bath and eat, no disturbance. The male gender, most of them see me as a threat because they feel that, you know what, your wife or your sister cannot do, that have not been doing. When you see somebody doing it, you feel that this person, just like a woman being a mechanic or being putting roof, so men there will not be comfortable. Sometimes when I overtake some men, they will look at me through the mirror. They say, this grandma, they want to take over. And when they want to take over, when I come here, they will not allow me to go. So I just give them chance. No special treatment. The only people that have not held me on the road is task force and police. Last month have held me once. When they held me, other drivers fought them. So maybe that was why they've not stopped me again. There should be because we are not many in this field. Apart from being many in this field, I'm the oldest. I'm the oldest among all the drivers I've been seen. By the grace of God, I'm 60. By the grace of God, I'm having my NCE. I'm an NCE holder. So when there is no work, I have to look for a way of putting my body and soul together. I'm not too good in begging. I find it difficult. For me to be a liability, I find it difficult. Like if I come to your house today, you will give me. You have your own responsibilities. If I come today, tomorrow, you will give me. I will feel bad. Deep down you will not be happy. But because of the kind of relationship we have and the kind of person I am, you say, okay, please take this. And before you give me that, it will take you some time.
It now become a serious competition among men. Like where we are here, where we have two routes, Guinness and General. So each time she is going to General, and while most of the men are avoiding that General and always going to Guinness. So, and what they do say is, because she is mama, nobody will challenge her. And we are always avoiding General route. Though it's fun, she's very, very fun to do, very agile. She doesn't back down. Here what they just called her, Madam Ike.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello and welcome to the big story here on BDTV Breakfast Show. This is where we discuss key issues shaping our nation and our economy at large. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and today we'll be focusing on the ongoing bill presentation by the federal representatives to set a 60-year age limit for governorship and presidential positions in Nigeria. We'll be exploring the implications and what this means for Nigeria's political system if fully signed to law. The Nigerian House of Representatives on Thursday, March 27, proposed a bill for a law to bar persons above the age of 60 years from contesting for the offices of president and governorship in Nigeria. The bill, which scaled the second reading in the House of Representatives, if passed and signed into law, will disallow notable politicians like the incumbent President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, former Vice President of Atiku Abubakar, and the former governor of Anambra State and presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 general election, Mr. Peter Obi, from contesting for elections in 2027. As should be expected, the proposal has started generating debate, with some arguing for and others speaking up against it. The big question here is, how far can Nigeria, the largest democracy in Africa, go with this proposal in changing its political dynamics? To help us break this down, we are joined by Barrister Solomon Okedara. Barrister Solomon is a solicitor of the Supreme Court of Nigeria and researcher with over 10 years of post-call experience and outstanding expertise in human rights, with a special bias for freedom of expression and digital rights and intellectual property. And he'll be joining us as a public affairs analyst to dissect this conversation. Good morning and welcome to you, Barrister Okedara.
Good morning, Elizabeth. It's a pleasure to be here.
Great. Let me start by asking you, when you heard this proposal to limit the age for those seeking elections as president and governors yesterday, what was your immediate reaction?
Well, I think I actually felt such a bill will be another distraction from the core issues of policy. And why that? Now, just a couple of years ago, we had the Not Too Young bill passed, which was a constitutional amendment bill. Mm-hmm. So the question we need to ask ourselves is that to what extent has that bill contributed to the growth of our democracy? So, for example, we can look at it. How many young politicians have been able to find a way into politics, have been able to actually make some inroad into political sphere of a policy? How many? By the reason of that bill. So when you ask that question, you will realize that the bill itself is not an automatic ticket to political leadership. And that's actually my concern. And we are talking about, you see, what an average Nigerian wants is good governance. An average Nigerian on the streets of Lagos, Aba or Onitsha does not care much the age of their leaders or the educational attainment of their leaders. But what they want is good governance. Would these conditions automatically translate to good governance? I can tell you the answer is no. And that's why I think it's actually more of a distraction than what is capable of transforming our political landscape.
All right. You think it's more of a distraction than something capable of, transforming our political landscape? And quite interestingly, earlier today, I had been speaking with another public analyst on this conversation, because we did skim through it on our front paper review, and he did share the same sentiment. But Nigerians have been complaining about old politicians, some of whom they have known since the 1980s and 1990s, still remaining in the corridors of power. Could this proposal have come to force such politicians to yield the floor to the youth? Because like they say, the youth is the future.
So the question we need to ask ourselves is, where are those youths? Now, I beg your pardon, the immediate past governor of Kogi State is a youth. The gentleman became a governor, I think, at the age of 40. Now, of what economic progress have actually been brought to Kogi State by the reason of his age? Now, I think we need to actually detach, quality leadership from sentiment. When you go around the world today, now you will see political leaders who are older than 60 and are still making positive impact in their nations. However you look at it, let's take India, which is the largest democracy, in the world. For an example, their Prime Minister Modi is over 60, and Modi is making his great contributions to that country. I mean, the gentleman who just returned to United States as president for the second time, Donald Trump. Donald Trump is 78, for God's sake. So for me, I do not think focus should be on age. Yes, well, of course, no nation will actually want to trust a man who is 80 to become its president. But the question is that those who are young, those who are 60, those who are 50, where have they brought us as a people? That actually gives me serious concern. I think instead of focusing on that, can we begin to beam the searchlight on their previous life? Can we begin to extract their contribution, their practical contribution to nation building, whether while they were in school or while they were training, whatever they were doing in their previous life before they actually decide to join politics? What contribution have they made to the nation? Before Donald Trump became president of the United States, he never served a public office. But this man was an active business leadership. He was actually employing people, one of the largest employers in America. So we need to have some serious conversations and not necessarily putting an age limit that will actually take some people off, and some other persons we have to deal with them, whether they are actually qualified by experience or not. I think our conversation should shift towards quality leadership and not necessarily age as a factor to screen out some people or to make some people qualified in listening.
All right, Barrister Okedara, let's talk about the possibilities of if this bill were to pass through the two chambers of the National Assembly and eventually signed into law by the president. What it means is it would bar the incumbent President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the notable presidential hopefuls from contesting in 2027. The question is, can the president, who is already making moves ahead of 2027, bar himself? Do you think that this proposal could therefore be a waste of time?
Honestly, just as you said, picking the word from you, I think it's just a sheer waste of time and taxpayers' resources. Trust me, that bill cannot be passed. Who are the one that will pass the bill? Now, can we check the average age of senator at the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Can we check the average age of members of the representative? Even check the age of some of our senior special assistants. Some of them are in their 60s already. And also, if I'm a 60-year-old, 62-year-old, and now my principal is about 75, and someday my principal is grooming me to take over from him. Now, aside the fact that someone like the incumbent president, who is well over 70, now one way or the other, he has some persons in mind that will take over from him. And I can tell you categorically, most of such hopeful presidents are actually over 60 already. If you begin to pick people in a policy who may actually contest for 2027, the only person that is not up to 60 is Omoyele Sowore. And the question is, if you have only Sowore to contest, I mean, that can't be politics. I mean, we should have quality competition, and that's the reality.
Quality competition. Speaking of quality competition, are you satisfied with the kind of laws that the 10th National Assembly has been making since their inauguration for up to 2 years now?
Well, I think the question is that sometimes we are not able to carry along as a people, about their lawmaking process. And I'm going to give you a critical example. So, one of my areas of specialty as a legal practitioner, digital rights generally, when you're talking about privacy, online inspection, and all of that. And I can tell you that some very critical laws were passed without public hearing. I'm going to give you an example. Now, the recently passed Nigeria Data Protection Act 2023. That is a fantastic law. That is a consequential law in our economy. That law was passed without public hearing. Now, the Cybercrime Act 2015. Now, that law also was passed without public. And I can tell you, it is actually not a coincidence that law contains some provisions that are repressive to freedom of expression. Some of those provisions, we fought them up to the Supreme Court. Some of them, we had to go to ECOWAS Court to get judgment and all of that. Even the amendment made and assented to by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in 2024 February, that amendment in itself is a problem. I mean, I'm talking about Section 24 of that Cybercrime Act right now. So why am I saying this? Now, some of these laws, most of them were actually passed without the public being involved. For God's sake, these people are our representatives. How many times do they get the public involved? I am not saying every citizen, but we have trade union groups. We have you have pressure groups. We have lots of civil society, organizations and entities that actually should be involved in public hearing. But other times, law get passed, and the only thing you hear is that a law has been assented to by the president. The implications of those laws, we don't know. So trust me, I think the instead of extraying the laws that have been passed, we even need to know how much of public involvement or participation are done when it comes to lawmaking in a nation as of today.
And there have been calls by some groups of the Nigerian population to return the country to parliamentary system of government, which they believe is less expensive to run. The reps are now pushing for this. What's your take on this?
Well, trust me, whether we run a parliamentary system of government or a presidential system of government, bad leaders will remain bad leaders. Listen, the same people that will be involved in parliamentary system of government are those we have in the presidential system of government. And I think some of the things we need to do as a people, as I'm talking about ordinary men, we really need to actually take our leaders to account to us. Whether we are running a parliamentary system of government or presidential system of government, or federal system of government, I can tell you that the reality is that as long as we leave them to do their business, they will do their business. And that's it.
Right. Barrister, are you there? I think we lost him for a bit. Probably.
Hear me?
Right, we can hear you. Barrister Okedara, we can hear you. We lost you for a bit, but we can hear you.
Oh, great. So my point is that so I think December 2023, the Senate president was actually I think one of the sessions, it was actually addressing the senators at the chamber, at the red chamber, and in this said to them, he said, check your accounts, money have been sent, and all of that. And I think one of the leaders of the red chambers actually knew the implication of that statement, because it got to the media. And he walked out to the Senate president. He said something. And the Senate president was going to amend that statement. And he said, okay, sorry, senators, distinguished senators, prayers have been sent to your bank account. I mean, that was a dry joke to Nigerians. So yes, we know that, yes, you go out there, you share money, but please do not rub this on our faces. And that's my point. So if all we do as citizens is to sit back without actually engaging them practically, we really may not have the nation we deserve, whether we run a parliamentary system of government or a federal system of government.
Yeah, so we've spoken about parliamentary federal system. There are also some Nigerians who think that we should run perhaps a unicameral system rather than having both chambers of the Senate and reps. Do you see any merit to this argument?
Well, I think I do. I think I do. You see, we are a poor nation, and there's no point trying to be euphemistic about that. And when I say we're a poor nation, particularly in comparison with our population, we have a population of over 230 million. That's huge. So, but then, you see, do I see us, going to unicameral system of government? I am not sure that will happen. So now, but then, why that whether that happens or not, my call is actually for quality representation, quality leadership. But you see, quality leadership and representation cannot happen until the people call their leaders to order, until the people challenge the people who are representing them. Until, you see, all of the representatives and senators, they have constituency offices. But the challenge with all citizens is that, what do we go to those offices to do? We go there to meet their staff, to actually submit envelopes for our churches, for events in a mosque. Now, how can I challenge the representation of somebody who fund my church, who fund my mosque? And that's a problem. We actually contribute to the incompetence, ineptitude of these political leaders. And that's the problem I have. So, your system of legislation, I am for it. But then, will it in itself solve the problem of corruption? Will it in itself solve the problem of incompetence? I will tell you, no.
Right, Barrister Okedara, before I let you go, now that you've made your submissions on this proposed 6 years limit and just what you think about it, and some of the laws that have been passed, if you were to advise the reps on the more necessary laws that they should be considering at this time, what would you be asking for?
Yes. Looking at it from the situation as our nation is today, my position will first be, please, can you let the judiciary be independent? For God's sake, you see, judiciary is not just the hope of the common man, it's actually the pivot on which the democracy stands. Now, so it's so saddening, particularly maybe because I belong to that constituency. We have a nation where an average politician brags about judiciary. That go there. Now the judgment will be in my favor. I will know who the CJs, will know who the judges. So, for God's sake, I want to see a nation where the judiciary is supported, where the judiciary does not have to depend on the executive for his funding. You see, the word independence must not just only be a paper issue, must be the reality of our systems. I can tell you today, if the politicians know that when there's a judgment of the court, when there's a ruling of the court, there is no.
Well, it looks like we have a slight connection issue there with Barrister Solomon Okedara, but he was just sharing his thoughts on some of the laws he would rather.
Asserting his role in our democracy.
Barrister Okedara, are you there? Barrister Solomon Okedara, are you there? All right, that's how we bring it to wraps here on The Big Story. We've been speaking on the proposed 60-year age limit for president and governorship candidate, and we've been speaking with Barrister Solomon Okedara. Thank you very much for your time with us this morning. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Keep watching.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very for Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Hello everyone, you're welcome to this week's edition of the Business Day Exclusive. Today we have Patrick Njoroge, the former Central Bank of Kenya governor, who will be talking to us today about his experience as a central bank governor in Kenya, his milestones and successes, as well as some of the interesting discoveries he made during his short stint here in Nigeria. During your tenure as the governor of the Central Bank of Kenya, you split a lot of hairs, especially for the tight grip on the banking system. But you still ended up winning 4 awards as the African Central Banker of the Year during your 8-year stint. So, what memories have remained with you from your time as CBK governor today?
Basically, the 8 years were, I would say, very eventful. A lot of events. And I think first, when we started off, we did have significant macroeconomic imbalances, inflation, exchange rate, etc. And also in the course of our time there, we were hit by many shocks. This is a time when I think the number of shocks and size of shocks increased dramatically. So volatility was a big issue. And the shocks, obviously, some of them were internal, and others were external. The price of oil, for instance, interest rates as well, external interest rates. All those things were things that we had to deal with. So the enduring memory is one of being in a boat out in the ocean and the waves, sort of batten the poor little thing. That's the memory I have. But I think at the end of the day, we brought it to shore. And it is true, maybe there were some large waves that almost capsized the entire economy. For instance, the interest rate caps that were imposed, and also some banking sector shocks. 3 banks were closed, and other shocks like that. But I think the enduring memory is one of having made it safely to port because of the collective support of people, meaning first the central bank staff, phenomenal. Secondly, all the banking sector operators working, understanding their role, and of course, more generally, the political class, meaning the administration supporting us in our objectives. So we believe that the enduring memory I have is one of having strengthened the system and leaving a better fit for purpose financial sector.
What was your vision for the Central Bank of Kenya during your stint as governor? And would you say you're comfortable with what was achieved?
The vision that we had was one of a modern, world-class central bank. And that's really the dominant, let's say, direction, our North Star, our guiding star during the time we were there. Now, that really meant that we needed to improve whatever was there in order to be that modern central bank in both the systems, the processes, and the people. So it wasn't just a general thing. So in each area of the central bank, we needed to be world class. So we just went up one after the other. Obviously everybody first had to be seized by this vision and understand that in their space, they need to improve the systems, the processes, right, and the people, right from, let's say, the people who do the cleaning or the security to, how the governor did his work. Everybody had to be world class and all the processes around that. So it was a dominant sort of direction. And I think we achieved that in various ways. And I think it's a vision that continues to guide the central bank after we've left the place. But I think it is something that we can say we are proud of, because in some areas, actually, it is true. There has been recognition, even externally. For instance, a key area, we won a prize on central banking prize. This was in 2016 in the area of communication in terms of our website. The best website was central banks. And then just most recently, we won a prize. This is after I'd left the place, on a project that we had been doing for 5 years. And this was the Central Securities Depository. Again, the best Central Securities Depository in the world. So it is a validation of achieving a vision. But that doesn't mean that it has ended. But I am delighted that we have been recognized. But there are many other things that have not been recognized. The people, the training we had to do, the improvement in, let's say, the processes that they did. So that's really what I can say. And I'm most proud of what we've done during that period.
Okay, so you alluded earlier to interest rate curbs, that happened while you were governor. I know that, yes, indeed, one was imposed in September 2016. And I know that you were very vocal in opposing those interest rate curbs on how much banks could charge on loans to customers, because it was felt at the time that some of these banks were ripping off customers with high interest rates that were not, and then you wanted them to show walk-ins and all of that. The government wanted them to show walk-ins and all of that. So you opposed that. What were your concerns at the time? with that policy?
So really the whole story around interest rate caps, the genesis of it was a general concern that banks were or customers were being charged very high interest rates on loans. Also, there are other things, nuisance costs or nuisance charges on all sorts of things. So that sort of general feeling, and the population felt that actually the bankers, the banking sector was tone deaf. So their concerns and their cries had fallen on deaf ears. At the same time, the banks were doing very well in terms of their return on equity, etc. So there was clearly a problem. And unfortunately, if you have a hammer, everything you see looks like a nail. So the politicians, the legislators make laws, and they thought that the way to deal with it is to make a law that actually dictated what needed to happen. And we opposed that because first, having an interest rate cap was going to have significant consequences, negative consequences on the economy. Beyond despite the issues that they were trying to address, there will be other much larger, much more adverse consequences, such as things like we say that there will be significant rationing of credit, and so it will be available to just some people. And so banks won't do what you expect them to do, which is have credit available to most borrowers, etc. And then other things as well. There'll be also, it's not clear that banks will end up having lower income, right? They'll continue with this lack of sort of understanding of where the customer is, etc. So we opposed it because we knew that that is actually not even the best practice around the world, and we said there are other ways of dealing with this thing. Anyway, be as it may, we were overruled. It went ahead, and indeed, what then happened is we communicated to the public. We told the public these are the things that are going to happen. And indeed, after they went ahead, and the law was put in place. It was put in place on September 14th, 2016, which was the 50th anniversary of the central bank. So that was a 50th anniversary gift on that very day. So the point is that what the consequences were exactly as we had mentioned, and indeed as dire. And they pushed down the economy, and it became clear that we were right after all. And therefore, in the end, the interest rate caps were lifted, were removed. But in the interim, we had been working with the banks to make them much more customer-centric. That's really what we thought the dominant solution would be. And much more customer-centric, or to be customer-centric, to have better pricing of better pricing of loans, so risk-based pricing of loans, to have a better credit referencing, meaning credit assessment of different borrowers having different, let's say, risk, and that being assessed exactly. And basically, those are things that we put in place in the context of a new banking charter, which we introduced later and has remained in place. So I think the banking sector now is stronger. So in a sense, from a difficulty, we got a strength, we drew out a strength. And I think the banking sector was therefore, in some sense, saved, and customers were also saved in this regard.
I mean, it's not much different in Nigeria, because you hear people also talk about how, banks are not necessarily giving out loans at favorable interest rates. They feel like they're being ripped off as well. I think Kenya probably offers a good example why such interest caps on how much banks can price their loans would never work, really. It ends up being counterproductive.
I think it's important for us to learn from each other.
Yeah.
The experiences of Kenya on interest rate caps have actually been picked up by other countries that maybe where there are those same concerns. But at the end, we need to appreciate that you cannot. At the end, the laws of economics apply.
Precisely.
And there are differences across countries, but laws of economics apply.
Yeah.
And it is important, therefore, for banks to be customer-centric and improve. And there's an entire framework that they need to put in place in order to be to have risk-based pricing of loans, etc. But it is important to walk that journey. Yeah, you don't start at the end. You start where you are and continue on that journey.
Okay. So, are there any parallels you see between the Kenyan banking sector at the time where you were central bank governor and the Nigerian banking sector today?
Well, I don't know. I've only been here a week, so I mean, there's no way I can pretend to be an expert. Or I mean, you know more about the banking sector here, or virtually every Nigerian knows more about the banking sector here than I do. The thing that has struck me while I've been here is just like the number of bank branches that you have. I mean, I've just going down one of the streets, there are like 10 of these branches. Yeah. In Kenya, you don't quite have that. Why? Because we are much more in the mobile banking space. So we use our phones. I have made the point before that in my 8 years as central bank governor, I've probably gone to a bank branch once. And since then, in the last 1 year, I haven't been to a branch. I don't need to. Why? Because most of all my transactions are on the phone. I can do it from the comfort of my home, etc. You can also do online, like on the laptop, etc. But most of us are in the space of mobile banking, using our handheld devices.
Precisely, yeah.
And so you can do a lot of that. So in effect, Kenya, what we have seen is actually a contraction of these banks, making them smaller, the branches.
Yeah, and investing more in technology.
And more investments in technology. So really making sure that technology goes out there.
Yeah.
Now, with technology, it just means that you don't need to have branches in every single street. Or for that matter, there are towns that you need, small towns, you probably need one branch, and that's sufficient, and it doesn't have to have all services. So I think there has been some rationalization. So that is one. So this whole business of mobile banking, I think, is something that a lot of us would learn from maybe Kenya and others that are at the forefront. Obviously, we were also, the COVID period helped us as well. I mean, it accelerated banking, mobile banking, adoption, etc. So that is one point. I think the other one, as I mentioned, is this thing of being customer-centric. I don't know how customer-centric your banks are, but I think there's a journey there. We too, meaning in Kenya, you cannot say that you are now customer-centric. It's a journey that it's like, running the marathon. You have to train every day. You have to become better and, push down your time by a second or two. So it's that effort that needs to be maintained. And then finally, the issue of, you should appreciate that Nigerian banks are some of the large banks at least, are very Pan-African. They're extended in Africa. And indeed, you have 3 jurisdictions that you could say have Pan-African banks. Yeah, Nigeria, South Africa, and Kenya. And the issue is, how are they working in those other jurisdictions? Are they becoming, they're not just taking what they know here. They're actually serving those jurisdictions, the best they can with the services. So I think those are the three areas that I'll probably flag that we need to learn from each other.
So I want to take you back to an interview that you did at Yale University, where you said one of the biggest challenges you faced, during your time as the CBK governor was having to close down the mid-sized lender Chase Bank in 2016. Can you speak to some of the challenges you faced? What made it so challenging?
Basically, the closing of a bank is a difficult decision. But I think it is also important to understand that it is not like you go out and turn on a switch or turn off a switch. There's an entire process, right? And from a point of view of, a bank may have difficulties and it's supported in particular ways, etc. And to a point where you just realize that this is untenable. And the decision, after carefully weighing that, then one decide to close it. I think the issue of closing banks in general is one of the impact on people.
I would like to ask this question about Nigeria, as well as other African countries, are putting up reforms to ensure that they improve dollar liquidity in the foreign exchange markets, as well as improve investor confidence. What would you say are, how would you assess the pace of these reforms?
Wow, how much time do you have? That's maybe something that one can write, many PhD dissertations on. But anyway, in some, I think it is important to understand the following. First, the context of every economy. There are no two economies that are identical. Mm-hmm. And so the specificity of every economy, and the specificity maybe even the way people deal with things, the way people deal with banks, things like that. So, and then the other one, which is important, which is, let's say, the fundamental, or is the foundation of some of these things, is the macroeconomic strength, the strength of the macroeconomic framework. Right? Think about the standard macroeconomic measures of macroeconomic performance, right? Things like inflation. Mm-hmm. How well are we doing on that? How well are we doing on growth, the economic activity, and also things about where are we in terms of the development of the various markets. Mm-hmm. Now, at times we think that there's only one market, which is the foreign exchange market. That's not true. There are many markets. You have the goods market, which is how you get your inflation numbers. You also have the money market. That's another price. You have the labor market, which is the unemployment and sort of thing. And it goes on.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm not built on sand, even though it's very easy to begin building on sand. So yes, maybe if you have sand, you have to drive some piles down there to support what's going to happen. Mm-hmm. And I think that's where the regulators are in many areas in Africa. Now, it doesn't mean that all of us, all the reforms are the same across countries, are all at the same place. Yeah. We talked about, for instance, mobile banking, where Kenya is much further ahead. Yeah. That has its implications, for instance, on the effectiveness of monetary policy, yeah, and the instruments that you have. So I'm trying to make the point that context is really the one that you have to begin with, and there's no one size fits all. But in general, in each economy, you need to assess the stability, macroeconomic stability. If you haven't dealt with that, gotten a sort of a reasonably stable macroeconomic at least from a point of view of macroeconomic indicators, then you have some ways to go. I think, yeah, but I think you don't have to have it perfectly right. But I mean, inflation needs to be brought under control, yeah? And even as you are doing other things. Why? Because that actually determines, even, you mentioned investor confidence.
Yeah.
That determines that. It determines even the premium, the risk premium that maybe some investors will demand in order to invest in you. So it has macroeconomic impact today and in the future. At the same time, you are working to strengthen the instruments, for instance, monetary policy instruments. And this, I think, for instance, working towards moving, what are the instruments that are used in terms of guiding monetary policy? There's the whole business of inflation targeting. In order to get there, you need to build a whole lot of infrastructure to support that. And the infrastructure means building institutions, building capacity in those things. I want to finish by saying that if the banking sector doesn't work correctly, the economy stumbles.
Sure.
And this is from a point of view of even, let's say, risk management. We talked about that. From a point of view of directing investments to the most, let's say, effective, greatest return, those things won't happen. You can also talk about intermediation of savings. So all that won't happen if indeed we have a weak banking sector.
Precisely.
And I think banks are not just trading. They're supposed to do all those things. And
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello and welcome to the BDTV News Update. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Let's see what's making headlines. Importers pay $1.5 billion war risk premium despite reduction in piracy. Dangote still selling fuel in Naira, Petron says. Kano already in the bag for APC, says Apabio. Germany leads defiance to Trump's car tariffs, says it will not be in. Arsenal still interested in signing Victor Osimhen. Well, let's begin the news in Nigeria, where importers have paid $1.5 billion as war risk insurance premiums on Nigeria-bound cargoes, despite the reduction in piracy attacks in the Gulf of Guinea in the last 3 years. This came as operators, including ship owners and ship captains, rejected the WRI premium, stating that Nigeria is not a war-torn country. The Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, through its head of public relations, Osage Edwardon, has revealed that in the last 3 years, the country paid over $1.5 billion to Lloyd's of London, protection and indemnity insurance, and other foreign insurance firms and war risk insurance premium. Moving on, the Petroleum Products Retail Outlet Owners Association of Nigeria has confirmed that Dangote Refinery has not yet started selling petroleum products in dollars, despite earlier concerns. Petron President Billy Gillis Harry revealed that despite talks of a possible suspension, the association had not been formally notified of any changes in fuel sales. Harry says that members who bought products as of yesterday, March 27th, are still buying in Naira and in Nigeria, despite that the refinery doesn't have any plans to create panic in the system. Still on, Senate President Godswill Akpabio has declared that Kano State remains firmly under the control of the All Progressives Congress ahead of the 2027 general elections. Speaking in Abuja on Thursday, 27th of March, Akpabio credited Senator Bashir Lado, the special advisor to the President of State Matters, along with Deputy Senate President Senator Barao Jibrin, and the APC National Chairman Dr. Abdullahi Ganduje, for solidifying the party's hold on Kano. The Senate President praised Lado for strengthening communication between the presidency and the National Assembly. Now to end the local news, Nigeria has emerged as the largest market in Africa for United States wines, with exports valued at $7.8 million in 2024. This was revealed in Lagos by Joel Ngog, acting U.S. Consul General, who underscored the role of the Foreign Agricultural Service of the U.S. mission in expanding U.S.-Nigeria agricultural trade. Gotch says California wines represent some of the best in the world, with home to over 5,000 wineries owned by family and multi-generational businesses, ranking them fourth amongst world's wine producers. And on the foreign scene, Germany has revealed that it will not give in as United States President Donald Trump targets imported cars and car parts with a 25% tax in its latest tariffs, insisting that Europe must respond firmly. Other major world economies have vowed to retaliate, with France's president branding the move a waste of time and incoherent. Canada has also called it a direct attack, while China accused them of violating international trade rules. With this development, car maker stocks from Japan to Germany have dipped, while General Motors dropped by 7% in the United States. Ford fell for more than 2%. Trump is threatened to impose far larger tariffs if Europe works with Canada to do what he describes as economic harm to the United States. Also, the United Nations on Wednesday marked the 50th anniversary of the entry into force of the Biological Weapons Convention. This move was the first multilateral disarmament treaty to ban an entire category of weapons of mass destruction. The United States High Representative for Disarmament Affairs, Izumi Nakamitsu, in a statement, revealed that the world came together 50 years ago to ban biological weapons. Disarmament Chief Izumi Nakamitsu told member states in Geneva that the BWC remains a testament to the conscience of humankind, acknowledging that potential risks evolve as technology evolves too. And now to sports. Arsenal remain keen on signing Nigerian and Napoli striker Victor Osimhen in the next transfer window, with Gunners among several Premier League clubs eyeing a summer move for the 26-year-old. Osimhen played a crucial role in Napoli's historic Serie A triumph in 2022-2023, scoring 31 goals in 39 appearances. His performances earned him a contract extension until 2026, with a reported €130 million release clause. Despite interest from PSG, Chelsea and Saudi clubs last summer, a deal failed to materialize, and Osimhen instead moved to Turkish giants Galatasaray, where he has netted 26 goals in 30 appearances. With Napoli now seeking a swift resolution to his future, Osimhen is expected to be available for a reduced fee this summer, as Arsenal and Chelsea closely monitor the situation to bolster their attacking options. Now to end the news, the Super Eagles of Nigeria will take on West African rivals Ghana in the four-nation friendly tournament in June. This is added to the scheduled friendly against Russia as they gel for the next phase of their 2026 FIFA World Cup qualifying campaign. While exact days are yet to be confirmed, both matches will serve as crucial tune-ups ahead of Nigeria's September qualifiers against Rwanda and South Africa. Super Eagles head coach Eric Chel's side will host Rwanda in Uyo before traveling for a tricky away clash with South Africa on match day 8. Well, these are the top headlines on BDTV News Update. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Stay tuned for more.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olujebe.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Nigeria's strides in board diversity is at approximately 30% female representation among top companies, and that demonstrates the impact of collective effort. It can be done. So with intentionality, we can replicate this across all sectors and all levels. Please let us continue to champion gender equality and women's empowerment for national and global prosperity.
Just like the keynote speaker, Funke Opeke, said today, that when you start on a journey, you never really know where it's going to take you to. Yeah, so you have an idea. We had a plan. We're very intentional. There was clarity around the vision, clarity around our model, and we took it in stages. And as we've gone along, new ideas have come in from the advisory board members, from all the volunteers that have come in. The important thing is that the core principle is, in line with the vision, is to develop women to build a better nation. And we're focused on building leadership capacity through structured mentorship, and also the advocacy part of our work to try and ensure that the right policies, the right laws are promulgated, and that where policies and guidelines already exist, that they're reviewed if they're not fit for purpose, to ensure that every human being, male and female, has an equal opportunity to actualize themselves and to, achieve their aspirations. So what I'd like them to take away is that, first of all, it's a mentoring book. It's a reference point. It's a guide. What we've done here as Whisker is to chronicle, the path that we have trodden in terms of mentorship for the last 16 years. So it's very, very rich in terms of evidence-based, in terms of, a track record of a model and a methodology that actually works. So we're hoping that, everybody will pick up a copy of this book, try and get access to it, either physically from the Whisker office or online, because we're going to make sure it's available online on Amazon. And through this process, appreciate the importance of having a mentor, having a role model, having a sponsor, building relationships, and all the things that we teach, in the Whisker School of Excellence. It's a talent development solution. It's a leadership development toolkit. It's a guide for training your staff. So I think in every secondary school, in every university, in every office, if you're looking for how you can better manage your talent, not just your female talent, your female and your male talents, then this is a book that can really help you. And you try to fix the price at a level that we think, is affordable and accessible to everyone, because what we're trying to do through this book is to democratize mentorship, because we feel that mentorship is so important.
Meetings at 1 a.m. Now, women who are married or in committed relationships and things like that find it difficult to attend 1 a.m. meetings. And these are where decisions are taken, far-reaching decisions. You say, oh no, everyone's working during the day, we can only meet after midnight. No, you have to make sure that we change the culture of politics to suit women as well.
It's important for structures such as, I spoke about the passing of the bills, the gender bills in front of the National Assembly. This gender bills encourages the 35% affirmation bill, which we have signed in Kwara State, to make sure that there's 35% and women at least, to also make sure that women have special seats, so that certain seats, go to women, to make sure that women's because currently women's spouses who have foreign spouses cannot get Nigerian citizenship.
Yeah.
This is not the case for men. Men who have foreign partners, their spouses get citizenship.
Yeah.
So that would also, encourage women in this regard if all these gender bills are passed. Apart from these gender bills, that takes us to the table. I talked about the culture of politics, making sure that the culture is friendly to women.
Yeah.
It's very important not to have meetings at 1 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah.
It's very important to make sure that women are informed of these meetings, giving adequate preparation, and made to, take one step further, are able to use their voices. Now, for what we've done in Kwara State, we, encourage that more states do that, and we have seen more states also do that. I told you we have the youngest female House of Assembly member in Kwara State. And this is fostering a young woman to use her voice. And we have 5 women in the House of Assembly. Other states like Ekiti State have 6 women. We have states like Ogun, Ebonyi, and other states that have women deputy governors, and so many other states. So at the subnational level, we are seeing that increase going on. So at the federal level, that's why we encourage by the gender bills being passed. Now we get women at the table. We want them to be able to stay at the table. So the mentorship and sponsorship is important, because for a woman to go into politics is very expensive. So we need to foster ways in which to be able to sponsor them, to keep them in there, and to make sure that once they are there representing us, they can use their voices. So these are, some of the structures that we have. We want organizations to sponsor women to come forward, pick a particular woman and be able to sponsor her through so she can get through. We're already seeing the changes by the changes in law. We need laws to be changed, and the changes are coming in law. Then we need to change the norms, and culture.
Yeah.
So I talked about transforming norms. We had a conference in Abuja where we invited traditional rulers to come and talk to us about their role in transforming norms. In certain places, women can't do certain things. So the more we are able to mainstream that women can participate in certain things. And you see, we also need to shape perception. Men have to be made to see that women being transformed is not a threat to men. Because currently you have one hand tied behind your back. Almost 50% of the population is not getting the fair chances that they need. So the society is not at its utmost best. But men should understand that promoting women means that the society is better even for them. It's not a threat to them. So these are some of the things that we can deploy to make sure that women stay in power. Well, I'd just like to say that they should keep their dream alive. I decided around the age of 6, I told my dad I wanted to follow him. I wanted to go into the Foreign Service, and I kept that up. So believe in yourself and believe in your dreams. And then we encourage people now to have several streams of employment. In Kwara, I teach women skills acquisition programs, makeup and makeover, confectionery, sewing, tailoring, design, smelting, all kinds of things, drone technology for farming. We want women to go into farming, and do all these things. So have a separate stream of income as well. to support yourself. And, you know, the sky is just the beginning. You will get there. So just believe in yourself. Have mentors, you know, have sponsors, and have a separate stream of income. And just stick with your dream. Don't get discouraged.
We had about 77% of girls, upon starting our program, felt that STEM are careers for men. And this is in today's world, and you're wondering how. But then you start to see that with mentorship, with exposure to training, and then they start to build that confidence. And they think, you know what, I can do this. So you are demystifying what seems to be very complicated and complex.
So WTech runs training programs, mentorship programs, and also research. Our training programs include after-school clubs in Lagos, Kwara State, and Imbu State. And then also we have the STEM residential camp for teenage girls, so girls in secondary school. And then we also have a mentorship program. So once the girls have decided that they want to pursue STEM, we match them with mentors so that they are guided along their career path. Okay, so I would say find your why, find what it is that interests you, because STEM is very broad. You need to find the area that aligns with your area of interest, whether it's helping people stay healthy, whether it's helping people to be productive, save time, whether it's financial management. So find your why, find what interests you, and then research and find like the different career options. Once you have identified possible areas, find people that you can speak to, whether people in person or online. There are so many resources online. And then once you are there, then of course the training never stops. So make sure that you keep learning and learning so that you can stay relevant in the field.
I've had about 3-4 male CEOs who were able to identify the value in me and decided to sponsor me through the organizations that I worked for. And so as I moved across the ladder, these men and the he or she's in our lives, I think really deserve a lot of they need to be acknowledged significantly because they've also played that role for a number of us. So the sponsors that I've had propelled me and what the role of a sponsor is, to speak for you in the room where you're not in. So a number of times they have been able to do that for me. And I hope that I'm also doing that now for the women and men that work with me.
There are many opportunities for business women. You know where interest rates are in Nigeria today at very high levels beyond 30%. Through the Bank of Industry, we, FSDH, and a number of other Nigerian institutions have been able to access cheap funding for female entrepreneurs that are running successful businesses. So interest rates that are close to not single digits, but early double digits, and is available to structured businesses who want to scale their businesses. So that's one scheme that is available. We in FSDH, we also have beyond financing solutions, we have non-financial solutions for women. So because we realize that beyond money, beyond funding, there are other things that business entrepreneurs require. So we provide mentorship programs, we provide training, we have tie-ups and alliances with some institutions that help to train women and help them be successful in their businesses. We also attach them to mentors within their fields that help them scale their business, help them better understand what they should be doing and looking out for in business. For women starting off in their career, I would say that identify where your strength is, identify what you love to do in that space. Banking, finance was my own love, really, and there was one area that I knew that I wanted to know more about. Second thing, be a subject matter expert in anything you choose to be. Because you're a woman doesn't mean you're going to be pushed up, and we need to get away from that. You have to be a knowledgeable woman, a subject matter expert in your field for you to expect to be elevated. And so do your best, know your work, and be consistent. Do not give up. We're talking about grit today, which is the strength of character. Yeah. Be consistent. Make sure you do not give up. There will be challenges along the line, but challenges do not define you. Challenges actually help you to scale. Yeah. So embrace those challenges and you'll be amazed at what comes out of you. And I wish you all the best, and I look out to hear success stories for all the women around.
One of my key takeaways, I would say, is from the keynote speaker, CEO of Main One, Funke Opeke.
I heard her story, and I have to say this is the first time I'm actually hearing her story. And when the facilitator was introducing her, right, and she talked about the fact that she eats nose, as cereal for breakfast. Yeah. I was like, okay, let me see that. And then she came on, and I have to say that her story is a testament to the theme of this conference, which is resilience. When she was speaking, I kept on just trying to put myself in that situation and wondering what my response would be, at every stopgap, at every issue that came up. And one thing I have taken away is just never take no for an answer. Always see no as an opportunity. And that's one thing I am glad to say that I'm also going to distill into the community she ventures. Just never take no for an answer. One thing she also said that really struck me is how it's obvious more and more that women, and this is all respect to the men in the room, but the way women face problems and challenges, they just take it head on and are able to sort of pivot gracefully, just flow and adapt with the change. And I think that's one of the reasons why women are the backbone of the Nigerian economy. Gaps that we've done a lot, but two main gaps I see, and that's when it comes to access for women. And She Ventures FCN's desk for women is built on 4 pillars: access to finance, access to networks, access to knowledge, and access to markets. Right? There was an event earlier on today. It was a training program that we had put up for the fiscally challenged, site challenged. And we had quite a number of questions about access to finance. Now, one of the things that has struck me in my role in the bank is that a lot of times we talk about access to finance as the main challenge for female entrepreneurs. But in the 5 years that we've been in operation, we've seen that is not the key challenge. The key challenge really is knowledge, financial literacy, knowledge. And I kept on asking the women, how many of you know your businesses? If you're giving a loan today, assuming you have a business and we give you a loan, not a grant, of say 1 million, right? Are you sure that 1 million that we give you today will not kill your business? What are your margin lines like? We're giving you this loan at 16%. How are you going to ensure that you pay it back? And this is something that a lot of female businesses do not understand, because women in Nigeria, especially in the informal sector, tend to go into business not because they have the know-how or technical capacity or financial literacy. It's more subsistence living, right? They want to feed their family, they want to send their children to school, and so they go into business, which is one of the things that we try to do a lot of in FCNB. And in fact, we have a mentorship program with Whisker, and they mentor about 1,000 of our women every year, because we've seen that knowledge is actually one of the key things. So talking about a gap, it's financial literacy for women, and that is something that we need to scale up in West Africa. The next thing is, you've provided financial know-how and literacy, we've provided access to markets, access to networks, and then for me, the last thing is access to finance. Now, when it comes to finance, huge challenges as well, because we talk about single-digit interest rates. Now, give a woman a single-digit interest rate, but in Nigeria, we're still asking for things like collateral, right? How many women in Nigeria can access that facility? So you find out that, you come out and you say, or maybe the government says, we have $1 billion to give to female entrepreneurs. This year, it has to go. At the end of the year, maybe 100 million has been drawn down because women don't have the capacity to access those finances. So we need to start thinking about, if it's in our risk structures, curating something specific to female entrepreneurs. And then, so you don't take them through the same process that you'll take any other entrepreneur, because their challenges are a bit different and peculiar. So are we talking about, for example, cash flow lending? Is that something that we can think of doing? Because what I believe is that if we find that perfect product, and I'm sure FCM will be the first bank to do that, you'll be surprised that even if it's not a single digit rate, lower interest rate, or you have the specific product for that woman, you'll be surprised that you'll see female entrepreneurs knocking at your door to access finance.
I am, first of all, in awe of Amina. I was here the very first event that Whisker started. how many years ago was that? A long time, but not that long. And I could never, but I knew her, that it would morph into this giant organization, able to mentor so many people, impact so many diverse organizations, and continuously excel every year to put this event together. And I was just teasing her. I said, look, you brought presidents from all over the world. It's just that America has their own president right now. But I wouldn't be surprised if I hear one day that you the American British president here with you. The tentacles that this organization has reached is really formidable. And it's a textbook on how to go about setting up not-for-profit. And for that, I think she really needs to be applauded.
I just wanted to say that this is our 16th year, and it's been amazing. It gets better and better every year. I come every year, and it's always an inspiration. And congratulations to Mrs. Oyagbola and the entire team that makes up Whisker, because there's a large team involved.
I believe inclusion and diversity in organizations and corporations in Nigeria have always been there. Going back to when I look at my mom, when she coming back from America, she worked at Securities and Exchange Commission and moved up to a director position before heading to becoming chairman and CEO of Investment and Securities Tribunal in Abuja. And I know a lot of other women like her. So it's always been there for women, maybe just not in leadership roles in comparison to men. And I think the thing is women just need to be bolder, braver, persistent in trying to achieve their career and business goals in Nigeria. Yes, it can be a difficult country to navigate, a difficult terrain to navigate culturally, but it's definitely there for the taking if you do want to succeed, if you do want to be successful in your career and in your business. Just be persistent, just be brave, just be bold, and go for it.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Hello and welcome to the social listening segment here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is where we get to discuss
some of the top trends making the rounds on social media. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and to join me in this conversation this morning is our in-house analyst, Mr. Obidike Okafor. He's joining us virtually and he will be talking all on the stories with us this morning. Welcome to the show, Obidike Okafor.
Thank you. Thank you as always, Elizabeth.
Good to see you. Let's start off today with interesting trends from the political space, where the House of Representatives has passed for a second reading a bill seeking to stop anyone above 60 years from vying for elections to the offices of the president and governor in Nigeria. If this bill scales the legislative scrutiny and is signed into law, it means that President Bola Tinubu, the former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, and the 2023 presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Mr. Peter Obi, will miss out on the 2027 presidential contest as they all are above 60 years of age. The bill also provides that a person shall be qualified for election to the office of the president if he has been educated up to at least the university level and has earned a bachelor's degree in his chosen field of study. Now, this is quite an interesting one. Interestingly, we've spoken on it on the big story where we've actually truly gotten the professional perspective, but it's interesting for us to also get the social perspective from our audience on social media. So I'll go to the comments very quickly and then I'll get your own take on it, Obidike Okafor. So let's see what we have on this one. John says, I do not subscribe to this. This is discrimination based on age. There is no evidence that age influences bad leadership. That's according to John. Professor Imonoka Enakena says, if such a law were enacted to bar individuals from 60 from contesting elections, it would almost certainly face legal challenges. Nigerian courts would be tasked with determining whether the measure is compatible with constitutional principles, especially regarding equality and democratic participation. Let's see more reactions. Ibile Blog says, nice one. Please, it should be fast. We don't need any old folks in the system anymore. We need someone who can go to jail after his tenure if he did not rule well. No, we don't want, I think they're saying no Tinubu and Wike and Akpabio. But yeah, that's how people are reacting on social media. Adeleke says, this is not right. Pure stereotype. Are they going to ban voters from 60 years above from voting? Will they extend same to the lawmakers? Is it for the people they are voting for? Whether, well, that's according to Adeleke. But let me get your reaction to this particular one, Mr. Obidike.
Okay, so for me personally, I don't have. I think the problem here is not really about the age, because there are presidents who are older and who have done better. But I think sometimes age is associated with people's health begin to fail them at a certain age, and when they become older, especially when they don't take care of themselves. I think that's one of the main factors. But I feel even if there's going to be an age limit, the age limit should be more than 60, maybe something like 75 or 80. Why I said so, President of Togo and Cameroon, they're about 90, and the truth is they are literally not the ones ruling the country, because most of them are, but there are rumors of one of them having dementia and all of that, but nothing certain. And in fact, there is a video of one of them, I'm not sure if it's Togo or Cameroon, who went for an international event and he was sleeping and he was snoring at an event, right? So all these kind of things play a factor. 60 years, I feel it can be more, maybe 75, maybe 80. But I think the limit should be, if there is going to be a limit, the limit should be increased. It should be more than 60, because if you look at some of the candidates who are above 60, I think they are still capable and sane enough to rule the country. I don't think this bill will pass now due to personal interests, if you know what I mean. But I'm happy they are having this conversation. It means that it's a conversation that will continue eventually. But apart from that, I think that it's not a bad idea putting an age limit, but I think 60. I think they should increase it.
Why do you think they should increase it, if at all?
I think they should increase it because I still feel at 60, 65, a lot of people at such ages still have a lot to contribute. And I don't think we should deny ourselves the opportunity of these people contributing. When people get older, like 75, 80, 85, they can now act as elders. They are not directly leaders, but they still, people can still go to them. Leaders, young leaders, can still go to them for advice or encouragement. I think that works fine. And another thing again about putting age limit, it means that younger people can come up. It gives younger people more opportunities to come up. You now start seeing 20-year-olds who are councillors, 30-year-olds who are local government chairmen, 40-year-olds. You see more of people who are in their 40s who are governors and all of that. So I think it's a good thing. And sometimes I think even this thing that they are doing, what they might do is they might not do it for president. They might eventually say for governor, so that it can help some certain people fix themselves in the pictures. But generally, it's a good idea because it will give the younger generation more opportunities in leadership.
Well, let's move on now. The End Bad Governance protest again started in Akure yesterday as youth and students demanded action against insecurity and failed promises from the government. As surfaced in the viral video across social media, the crowd was seen shouting, "We no go gree," while having confrontations with the security details, though not violent. This has been added to the list of protests across the country as citizens continue to demand good governance and benefits of democracy. Let's see if we have the video. If we don't have the videos, we can also go ahead and just read some of the comments on social media to get the reactions of our audience on what people are saying. So let's see if we have some of the commentary rolling on the screen. I'm going to come to you, Mr. Okafor. Cardboard papers, so obviously the peaceful protest, no weapons or anything aside from what I can see in this video. Right. Wow. But let's see some of the reactions on social media to this one. Then I'm coming to you, Mr. Obinke, straight away. So we had lots of reactions. Easy Flow says only governor collecting FAAC plus crude oil money but has zero projects. Most corrupt governor, states with lower allocation, that's from Easy Flow. Let's see if we have more reactions. Sunday Truck says protesting is one thing, but real change requires a plan beyond just hitting the street. Let's see if we have more reactions to this comment. Ola Kula says any small protest, we have seen heavy presence of military men. This was the same thing Babangida was saying in his book, that the democratic government relied heavily on military to cover their loopholes. One of the reasons for the military coup in Nigeria. That's from Ola Kulas. Well, that's as much comment as we have on social media, but I want to get your commentary on it as well, Mr. Okafor.
Okay, so protest is part of democracy. People have the right to protest, and people have the right to air their grievances, and people should be heard. But the question now is the government listening? The problem I have most of the time is when people protest, nobody listens. They either find a way of pushing the protest, or they pay people off, and then the protest just dies a natural death. And unfortunately, I feel that is the same fate that this protest will take, and this current protest in Akure will take, the Is either they eventually, when they feel that these people are becoming a nuisance, forgetting that it's their right to protest, they will find a way of pushing it. Either A, sending the police to use tear gas to chase them away, or B, go the rough, rugged, and raw way, which is, sent out in their midst to look as if they are fomenting trouble. Because, like you said, you saw in the video that it was a peaceful protest. People were just airing their views, but they could, try to escalate it and then find fault in it and end it. Or C, they will find the leaders of this protest and pay them off. And then the leaders will say, okay, we are talking to government, everybody should go home, and the matter ends there. That has always been, in this country, there are so many vicious circles. This is one of those vicious circles. And I don't see it going anywhere. I just see it going down the usual vicious circle of eventually things will go. And the problems still remain. I think, like somebody said, it's time that as individuals in this country, we need to really start, holding conversations with government, having town hall meetings with our representatives in government, and address issues that are affecting the common man, because the issues are many, and they are not going anywhere if they are not addressed. It's time people should stop. I know you can't tell people to stop being selfish, because people will still be selfish, but at least they should have a heart, they should have empathy. Think about the people they are serving, do something for them. There are governments where they do chop by chop, they enjoy themselves, but at least they try to do things for people. I'm not saying that's right, but if that's the closest that we can get to anything close to good governance, then we will take it. But the bottom line is there has to be a move on the part of the government on addressing serious issues. Like somebody said, there's the fact, there's internal generated revenue that they get and all of that. What do they use the money to do? So we need to, address these things and try and get things moving when it comes to governance, instead of just sitting on our hands and then allowing people to do whatever they like. And then when things are beginning to get out of hand, just find who to give money to so that everything dies down. It's terrible, but that it is what it is.
And I truly hope that it doesn't go beyond being a peaceful protest to being a violent one. But whatever the case is, the citizens have the right to protest. They have the right to clamor for the things that they want. They certainly have the right to hit the streets. But so long as it doesn't get violent, then we are all in. But thank you very much, Mr. Obidike, for your time this morning on Social Listening Segment.
Thank you so much.
Always great speaking with you, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your long holiday, if you know what I mean.
It's not long again, no.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And that brings us to wraps here on the Social Listening Segment here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Keep watching BDTV.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Hi there, this is the Business Day exclusive with Elizabeth Musa. Today I'm seated with the production team of Iwaju, the highly talked about Afrocentric animation series produced by Disney Channel in collaboration with Kugali. Very lovely to meet you, gentlemen.
Actually, kind of cute.
So Iwaju is a series that, of course, portrays a futuristic Lagos. Can you tell us about what this futuristic Lagos is? What does it depict?
Iwaju depicts what Lagos might look like in the future. And we wanted to ensure that we were not just throwing science fiction elements around and slapping them onto Lagos, but we were trying to imagine if all the features, the main features of Lagos as we know it today, if they continue for the next 100 years or so, what would that look like? So we didn't take out anything that people know Lagos for. People know Lagos for traffic, People know Lagos for erratic power supply. People know Lagos for audacity. All those things, we made sure we kept them. We just exaggerated them by saying this is 100 years later. Things have gotten even worse in this direction. So I'll give a few examples. Lagos is overpopulated, largest city in Africa by population. If people keep coming into Lagos for the next 100 years, it's going to be even more overpopulated than it is now. So we designed the mainland in Iwaju to have these huge towers that can house many people, because the mainland would take most of the population, seeing as most people won't be able to afford to stay on the island. And when we designed these towers, we made it look like, you know how in Lagos, you see a bus and you know that this thing should not still be moving, it should not be walking. But somehow they forced it to still be, it's a moving corpse maybe, because it's like, well, how come this thing still works? They patched it together. So imagine they build these towers and the first like 10 floors of the towers are just containers, shipping containers, because Lagos is a port city. And they've slapped these containers together to form a building. But then after that bottom area, the higher up you go, the more the building turns into an actual nice building, because the richest people stay at the top. Just little things like that. We also thought science fiction usually has flying cars, and we don't want to put flying cars in Iwaju because if the cars are flying, there will be no more traffic. But then we had an idea. What if only the richest people could afford the flying cars, so everybody else is still in traffic? So then we're able to show the traffic of Lagos and also show the wealth disparity, because the richest people can afford to fly over the traffic.
Hola! Oh yeah, sorry. It's enough, thank you.
Okay, so Ziki and I are childhood friends. We met when I was 11 and Ziki was 9 in our first year in secondary school. And we connected because of our love for comic books, animation, and video games. And we've stayed friends ever since. So by the time we were in our early 20s, and Ziki had relocated to the UK, but we're still in touch with each other. We just talking about animation and such things, we realized that, wait, we grew up watching these things from the US and Japan. Is anybody in Africa creating something like what we enjoy consuming? So we set out on a mission to discover the best African visual storytellers. And we started a podcast to help the rest of the world discover these creators. So we were talking about comic books, animation, video games on our podcast. After about a year and a half of podcasting, we had reached the point where we could transition into publishing. So not just promoting these creators, but empowering them to get their stories out there. We started with what we call the Kugali magazine, a short collection of comic books from different African countries.
Issue 0 before the magazine.
Kugali magazine issue 0, because we were not sure if there would ever be an issue 1. Issue 0 was 40 pages, black and white. We printed it with money from our pockets. But then as we kept pushing, we were able to go further and get to the point where we had the Kugali anthology. By this time, Hamid had discovered us because he had a similar vision that aligned with ours, and I'll let him talk about how that played out.
Yeah, so from my end, my story was slightly different in that I reached out to Tolu and Zeki. I think I found them from the podcasting, and then when I joined in, it was just before the launch of Issue 0, because I remember we did the launch in London very much. And I remember during that launch, it was a very eye-opening experience, because at that time, I was still looking at Kugali as something I was doing on the side, in that it was something I was doing for Africa on the side, because my main job there was working in, I thought it was in Hollywood, so I was working in films and so on. And I thought, okay, I'm comfortable here. And then there were 2 hits. The first hit was when we launched the Issue 0 one, which I don't know if Ziki told you this. I kept on, I was like, what is this? Why are we launching this? Because I saw some of the artwork. Some of the artwork was done in color, but we actually printed it out in black and white, and the color version just looked better. It's just a budget issue. But people were excited about the black and white, like tiny book version, which did not look good. And it was that was one of the first moments where like, okay, there's something, if we're excited of this, they are really starving for something. If this thing, which I didn't think was, the quality was good enough, if this is capturing people's attention, what if we do something of high quality? So that's around the time I joined up with Tolu and Ziki, and then we registered Kugali as a company from there. So I came from the film world, and I wanted to do something for back home. That way I reached out to a few creators, because I believe in working with other people versus trying to do something by yourself. And that's how I discovered Tolu and Ziki, and the rest is history.
So back in 2021, you, Tolu, had mentioned that Iwaju will be out in 2023, but here we are in 2024, it's finally out. Can you give us maybe a bit of a background about why it took this long, or why you had to delay till 2024?
We were done with production in June 2023, and we were just waiting for a release date like everyone else. We don't know all the factors that come into play when the leadership at Disney Plus fixes their release dates, because even Disney Animation was waiting for Disney Plus to tell us the release date. Remember, these are actually two different entities.
Welcome to Lagos, Nigeria.
So I've seen some of the clips of the lead actors talking about Simi, Tola, Kole, and Bode. So what was the process of sourcing the cast of this animation like?
The casting process was a lot of fun, but it was also a lot of hard work. How it worked is Disney had their own casting agent who was liaising with a casting agent in Nigeria, Lala Akindoju. And so it varied from character to character. So for people like Bode, the first set of auditions I received, Femi Branch's audition, I was like, this guy is Bode. So we didn't really have to look too far. But for someone like Tola, I had to listen to many dozens of auditions. But then eventually, I think it was in the second or third round of auditions, I heard Simi's voice and I was like, this is our Tola. But the most important thing that I kept in the back of my mind for casting is ensuring that the actors and actresses that play the various roles could capture that Lagos spirit, that people from here would listen to them and they would sound exactly like the people they know, their brothers, their sisters, their friends, their colleagues. So it was a lot of fun, and I think the cast brought so much magic to the show.
What would you say if I asked you to go to the mainland?
You want to see the real Lagos?
Let's go!
So Iwaju is out now on Disney Plus, and it will be out on other Disney channels. Are there other channels to watch?
At the moment, it's just the two, so Disney Plus, and then DSTV is not out in DSTV today. It's going to be out in DSTV in April. I can't remember the exact dates.
Yeah, the Disney Channel, April 22nd to 26th, and then April 29th to, I believe, the 3rd of May. In any case, you can get the information online.
With everyone to bring the series to life, and as the writer, I worked with my co-writer to ensure that the story was the highest possible quality.
Now, Ziki is from Lagos, Nigeria, but after the first 15 years of his life, he relocated to the UK, and even though he comes back to Lagos regularly, he's more based in the UK. So because I am based in Lagos till date, it means I'm more in touch with certain realities in Lagos than he is. And I can give an example of the public transport system. Whenever Ziki is in Lagos, he drives. I live in Lagos, I have a car, I drive, but my car could get spoiled sometimes. And maybe it takes me a few days to fix the car. I'll probably take public transport. So when I'm taking public transport, which is something Ziki does not do when he's here, it means if Ziki writes a scene where a character takes public transport, he might miss out on one or two details. Yes, he's from Lagos, he's from Nigeria, he wrote a Nigerian story, but certain finer details may be not quite there when he writes it. And then it's my job to say, this is how this would come through. This is what this should look like. So my role was just to make sure it stayed grounded and culturally authentic to Lagos.
So me as Hamid Ibrahim, my role as a production designer. For this show, we call it Production Designer Plus. That was the inside way we call it. Just because generally in Kugali how we work, Ziki handles the narrative side, or whatever writer handles the narrative side, and I usually completely take over the visual side. And in most stories, we understand that's different, where they're like, oh, the director directs the visual side as well, right? And then he tells the production designer the kind of vision he has for the world. Whereas in here, I build the vision of the world. That's why we add the plus on it. So pretty much anything you see visually on screen is kind of a baby kind of directed by me, if you put that in quotes. So production designer plus in that way. But obviously, I'm trying to adhere everything to the theme Ziki wants to tell and the story Ziki wants to tell. But it's a very critical thing for me not to make it a world build on the backs of the characters, because usually a place exists first and people come in. I want it to feel like a lived-in place as these characters live inside. So if you remove our own main characters and you put other characters in this world, they could still exist and function wholly. So that was my role. So building the world of Iwaju.
We're going to be late.
Lagos traffic is no respecter of persons.
So you want to see the real Lagos?
Yes.
Thank you very much for watching. That was such a beautiful conversation. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media handles at BusinessDayNG. And don't forget to check out our website for more exciting stories at www.businessday.ng. Thanks for watching.
State-owned Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, has withdrawn an earlier statement that it is in final stages of preparations for an initial public offering. Still, a deep dive looks at the potential gains and challenges from an NNPCL IPO as we await more clarity on the situation. Hello, welcome to Global Business Insights, where we look at the main business stories in a little more depth. Nigeria's oil law required NNPC to kick off the process of listing within 6 months after passing in 2021, but it had not done so. Several deadlines to kick off lapsed, and many were beginning to wonder if the IPO will actually happen. In February, Sonangol, another African state-owned oil company, said it was stepping up plans for the initial public offering of as much as 30% of its shares in a bold move to attract foreign investment and revitalize its economy. The experience of Sonangol was that it had to deal with the problem of subsidies first, which continued to weigh on the privatization process as it made the climate somewhat unconducive. Two major state oil companies going public almost at the same time could mean some competition. NNPC yesterday reversed its earlier position in a bold press statement that the long-awaited IPO is now taking off. That will have meant that the necessary preconditions are largely satisfied to anticipate a successful offering. Indeed, kicking off, completion, and achieving the objectives of the initial public offering are three completely different stages and processes with different success factors. Also, the context of higher interest rates for longer in the West, capital returning to developed economies for new investment and development priorities, and a broad risk aversion with activism against fossil fuels all imply that there are headwinds, even though strong yields from emerging markets is gaining fresh investor attention with the ongoing market recalibration and all the uncertainty we are seeing in global markets. But let's discuss why the NNPCL IPO could have been a game changer. A successful IPO enables access to a large pool of capital from the public at reasonable cost, improving financial stability while at the same time giving positive visibility and credibility, potentially leading to increased brand recognition and trust of the organization. Employees and strong performers you want to retain can also be motivated with stock options or shares, which gives them a stake in the company and improves talent retention. Publicly traded shares tend to have much higher valuations than privately held ones, potentially leading to a higher market capitalization. And you also have potential for market consolidations like mergers and acquisitions, which can enhance synergies in the industry. Competitiveness can be improved, and you can get lower cost of operations, which of course could be passed on to consumers. Then going public, especially on international exchanges, requires major revamp in terms of corporate governance and reporting practices so that they meet higher regulatory requirements. It also delinks organizations like NNPCL from sometimes unproductive and toxic politics in operational decisions, appointments, and so on. Also, there is better liquidity for investors and founders and opportunities for significant long-term returns through dividends and appreciation of shares, as well as the opportunity to bring in committed technical partnerships with equity stake who will participate in the growth of the organization. Many will also point to challenges, energy security and sensitivity related to social contributions could require the government to hold some stake, especially for stability in developing ecosystems. Once a company goes public, previous owners lose some control, and that could have huge implications in some environments. Also, many are unprepared for the increased scrutiny that comes with going public and the discipline in provision of timely and extensive financial and non-financial information and additional compliance requirements. For NNPCL, it makes sense to IPO in both a local and international exchange to get the credibility and full value and access to the capital it needs. Local exchanges may be too shallow given the growth potential, while international exchanges may impose IPO conditions perceived to be burdensome. Starting local and progressing to a international situation or international exchange in a staged approach is another way of going about it. At whichever stage in the IPO, transparency, process excellence, and winning trust of all stakeholders are very important success factors. The first stage of an IPO beauty parade to access and engage potential partners and advisors is of course important. We await clarity on the situation and believe an IPO does have the potential of unleashing a new level of positive possibilities in the Nigerian oil and gas space. It would also have been an opportunity for Nigeria to put its best foot forward in the global investment space instead of confusing the market. Some more business stories. The US economy grew at a 2.4% rate in Q4, according to the final estimate released yesterday. Growth was driven by consumer spending and was also slightly higher than the prior estimate. It was below the 3% average in the previous 2 quarters. Analysts expect the slowdown to continue to 1.6% in Q1 2025. We will get the first reading next month. US citizens filing new applications for unemployment insurance ticked lower to 224,000 for the week ending March 22. This print missed initial estimates and was slightly lower than the previous week's revised tally of 225,000. That was revised from 223,000. Moreover, continuing jobless claims went down by 25,000 to reach 1.856 million for the week ending March 15. A bit of good news there. Markets are reeling from the latest US auto tariff announcements. General Motors was down 7.36%, and there is the relief, though, that many cars imported from outside the US have US sourced parts in them. So instead of putting a 25% tariff on 100% of the car, the tariff might only apply to a much less value. But there is concern the US economy could slide into recession if new levies exacerbate already sticky inflation and dampen growth. Today, the February's Personal Consumption Expenditure Index, that's the Federal Reserve's preferred inflation gauge, will shed some clues on that, although we have to remember this is still a lagging indicator. Argentina wants a $20 billion loan from the International Monetary Fund as it struggles with adequacy of foreign reserves. In addition to the IMF request, Argentina, that's the IMF's biggest debtor by far, is also negotiating an additional package with other organizations such as the World Bank and Inter-American Development Bank, IDB. President Javier Milei has said the loans will in no way involve a further devaluation of its currency. In the UK, Sky is cutting about 7% of its workforce, that is about 2,000 jobs, as it replaces more of its traditional call center roles with online and artificial intelligence guided services. UK-based Sky is shutting down 3 of its 10 customer service sites in Stockport, Sheffield and Leeds, and scaling back others as it seeks greater efficiency in a labor-intensive division for the group. In the tech sector, CoreWeave is reducing the size of its US initial public offering and pricing its shares below the indicated range, a move seen as dampening expectations that the listing would boost investor appetite for IPOs. According to reports, the NVIDIA-backed cloud services provider is now looking to sell 37.5 million shares, 23.5% less than originally planned, and price them at $40 a piece, which is well below even the low end of the previously indicated range. Yesterday, Moroccan telecoms operators Maroc Telecom and Inwi said they agreed to share their infrastructure in a joint investment to roll out a 5G network in the country. Both operators agreed to begin by investing 4.4 billion dirhams, that's $460 million, over the next 3 years, according to a joint statement. And this they will do through 2 joint ventures in charge of deploying the 5G optic fiber and towers. The South African unit of MTN Group and American Low Earth Orbit LEO satellite provider Link Global said they had made Africa's first phone call via satellite a potential solution to providing coverage in underserved and rural areas. Mobile operators and smartphone makers are racing to deploy affordable satellite services to close gaps in network coverage. The United Kingdom retail sales print jumped 1% month-on-month in February after jumping 1.7% in January. Markets expected a 0.3% drop in the reported month. The core retail sales, stripping the automotive flow sales, also rose by 1% month-on-month against the previous revised growth of 1.6%. The final estimate of UK fourth quarter GDP came in at 0.1% over the previous quarter. The March Tokyo Consumer Price Index was steady at up 2.9% as the Tokyo CPI ex fresh food and excluding energy as well also came in at 1.1% in March, slightly higher than a revised 0.8% in February. Also, Tokyo CPI ex fresh food rose 2.4% year-on-year in March against 2.2% expected. The Bank of Japan at its March monetary policy meeting noted that inflation is somewhat overshooting expectations. Nippon Steel and US Steel are still in talks to preserve their $14 billion merger. The Japanese steelmaker is offering billions more in investments into Rust Belt facilities as we see Nippon increasing proposed investments to as much as $7 billion from the $2.7 billion previously offered to upgrade US plants. Moody's expects South Africa to have an orderly budget approval next month. That is, expecting the two main parties in the Government of National Unity, the ANC and DA, to come to a compromise deal before the budget vote next month. The ruling ANC is still seeking support for the budget, which includes a VAT hike. There have only been two such hikes in the last 30 years. Asia-Pacific markets were mostly lower and safe haven gold hit a record high as traders focused on higher US tariffs and remained shaken by all the trade uncertainty. Gold price climbs to a fresh all-time peak around the $3,080 region as analysts look to the United States Personal Consumption Expenditure Index, that's the inflation print coming out today, for more clues and direction. Well, that's all on this episode of Global Business Insights. Thanks for watching. Have a great weekend. This is Bode Oshosami. Bye-bye.
You are watching Business Day Television. This is the Business Day Television broadcast.
Music makes me happy. My name is Smith Austin Oyowe. I'm from Delta State. I was born like this. My daddy abandoned me. Dad cannot accept me. I wanted to go to school, but there's no sponsor, no help from anywhere. My mother has sponsored me throughout my primary, secondary school, till the present time. But it's unfortunately that she has passed away. She's no more. So, my daddy also has passed away. That minute when my daddy discovered who I am, he cannot do anything for me again. Before death took him. But all what I am today is the grace of my mommy and to Almighty God. Sometimes when I'm going out, I'll put my hand in my clothes. I will hide it. I'll be going. But after some time, I say, why am I hiding my hand? It's this hand that people used to to look at, and somehow the hand used to attract people to me. And I stopped. I said, I will not be doing it again. And since then, anywhere I'm going to go, if I enter into any church, any gathering, when I come out like this, people will look at me. Not me, they are looking at man that, look at this man, he's coming to the stage with some musician, what can he play? I have never one day regretted the way God created me. There are some things that when you want to do, they'll say because of the disability you have, you cannot be able to do it. But I find out that I can be able to do it with my, not even a disability, with my ability. I find that I can be able to do it. There's nothing that I lay my hands on that cannot be able to do it. But which some people that have the two hands cannot do. So it's there I begin to know that there's something special about my ability. I don't say disability, it's part of me. First, I went to a technical school in Sapele. I discovered that anything that got spoiled, like electronic stuff, television, radio, mic, all those things, I discovered I can repair it. So repairing is on its own. Why? Music stuff, to play instruments, is on its own. So there are different things I combine together to make the name Uprising Music. So it's a different section there: repairing, rentage, and music school. To me, I cannot say I can play some certain instruments. Any instrument I see, and I've known what they call do re mi inside, I can play it. I can play the bass guitar, I can play a wire guitar, I can play drums, I can play conga, I can play the lead a little bit, I can play accordion, I can play trumpet, I can play agidigbo, this local instrument. I can play some instrument that is not even in Lagos here in my village. When you discover yourself on time and you begin to do things that is like wow, I can do this thing now without going to music school. I can do this thing without going to music school, without going to anybody. There's sometime along the line, I know it's an inbuilt something, but still, I still go out to watch people play. When I come back, what I see them do, I will practice it on my own personally. So it makes me to improve in any instrument I lay my hand on. Since I came to Lagos, 1989, December, I decided to face music fully because I don't think if I don't do music, I cannot be happy. Music makes me happy. There's no sponsor anywhere. There's nobody that will sponsor you in anything you put your hand to do in Nigeria. It's only when you come out with something and some people discover you and they believe in you, it's there you can see sponsor. But when I started my own, there's no sponsor. What I did then is this. Because if God is with you, you have the whole world. I can repair. I want to buy this guitar. I don't have the money to buy guitar. I may go to shows. I told you I don't go to show again. I may go to shows with some big musicians. Maybe I play keyboard, I play drums. The money they paid me, I don't spend anyhow. I'll save the money. When I save the money 2 to 3 times, I can be able to afford a guitar. The first guitar I bought in my life was 1,500. I was so happy doing it because I know that one day, God will raise me up. There is not much challenge. It's like what the Bible used to say, he that is in me is greater than he that is in the world. He that is in me doesn't need rehearsal. He that is in me, he doesn't need any help from human being. But sometimes we do need human help. There's no advice you can give to anybody because everybody is wise in Nigeria. Sometimes I have some blind in my school here. They can play drums, they play guitar. They brought them from disability home. They are still in my school here. I have their videos. Like my school have all their videos about all my students' performance. I have them. I have some special students here. Some time ago, I've removed some of them from the street. I called them. I can see you passing every time. Why can't you come and play one or two instruments? I will not even ask them for money because I have something in me that said, do it for them. But along the line, when they started doing it, before you know, you never said they will jack back. They will jack back. So my advice to people out there, don't let yourself down. Don't look at yourself that you cannot make it. Don't look at yourself that you are nothing before somebody. The very moment you discover yourself, start doing something. You can make it. Jesus, all the sins are.
You are watching Business Day Television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium BusinessDay. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
This is the Craftsmanship Chronicle series on Go Local, and on this episode, our focus is on wood, trees in our hood. Kemi Michael here, your Yoruba named Akwa Ibom girl, welcoming you to Go Local. Now, Go Local is a podcast where we delve deeply and explore our nation's local uniqueness. Go local, buy local, and together we stay global. As we get into it, do also grab a cup of your favorite drink and a snack you would love to munch on. Oh, and make sure to make it a Nigerian snack and get ready for an amazing ride. Since humans first realized they could make use of the materials they found in the vicinity, wood has been used and altered by us. People eventually learned about the special qualities of wood as they utilized it to satisfy a wide range of human requirements in peace and conflict, farming, and industry. Throughout history, trees and their wood have been essential to human existence. Since ancient times, wood has been one of our most vital building elements, used for construction as well as for production of tools, weapons, and furniture. Wood has historically played a key role in a lot of areas, and we Nigerians are part of that history. For this episode, I went to the Itamaga sawmill in the Ikorodu area of Lagos State, where I was able to speak with the General Secretary of the sawmill.
My name is Alhaji Kabiru Adegboyega Ibrahim, and this is Sogidowo sawmill Itamaga. So I'm the secretary to the association, General Secretary to the association, Sogidowo Plant Marketers Association of Nigeria.
Here in Nigeria and around the world, we have several uses of wood, such as agricultural purposes, for making musical instruments, for carving religious figurines, to create household furniture, for casket production, for fortification, as well as for source of energy supply, for example, our firewood and general logs for fireplaces. The wood production in Nigeria has specific process, and I will leave the explaining for the experts.
The woods normally come in 2x6. That is for roofing. So when they buy to the, like the ones you are looking there now, and it's 2x6. So when they bring it here, if you want to saw it, you saw into 2x4, 2x3, 2x2. Those are the roofing planks. So we saw it to those sizes if you need it for roofing. So we take it from the shed down to the machine side. So we saw it there. If it is roofing, so it's all 2x4, 2x3, 2x2. So for facing board, that one is 1x12, 1x12x12. So now like the one that they are putting down there. So that is 1x12x12 for facing board. So after you roof, so facing board, so you cover breeze or whatever. So that's what they use that one for. So to seal the roof with the ceiling. So that's what they use it for.
Just like other industries, the wood industry sure has its challenges.
The challenges we usually face is the problem of this marine police or guard or whatever. You know, they are extorting us too much. You know Nigeria, that's Nigeria system, corruption. After we will have saw wood, process it, take the license, but they usually collect approval for wood, any wood cut. After that, if you pass through the water, if this marine police or whatever see you, they will still collect money as if you never collect any paper. So that's the Nigerian problem. So we face many challenges, and at the same time, After they are coming from the river, the canoe bash, those the trucks that are coming into the sawmill, those are the policemen on the road trying to collect something, collect money. Those are the challenges we have.
Vegetation of Nigeria can be broadly classified into two types, that is, forest and savanna. Now, according to Statista in 2021, Nigeria exported forest products amounting to nearly 109.7 million US dollars. Most of these products were roundwood and sawnwood, amounting to roughly 52.4 million and 8.1 million US dollars, respectively. Other main exported forest products included paper and paperboard.
The wood always come from Bayelsa State, Ondo State, Edo State, and from Oyo as well. But the one coming from Oyo, that's 1 by 12 by 12, and at times 2 by 12. But 2 by 6 wood for roofing normally come from Bayelsa, Edo State, Ondo State, and at the same time from Ogun State, Ogun Water side. The customer you have, if it is an old customer, you must have a relationship. He can call you on phone and place order. So you call transport for him. When you've concluded with him for the quotation of the wood, so if you help him process it, you call transporter to transport it. So they will take it down to him. Or some do come inside to the market by themselves. So they will negotiate price, buy the wood, call a motor to pack it. Because the transporters they have their own association as well.
According to the United Nations, Nigeria has the highest deforestation rate in the world, with an estimated 3.7% of its forests lost every year.
That's what I'm saying, our problem here. And these forestry people that are supposed to be handled at Ministry of Agriculture. Wherever they cut timber, supposed to plant it back immediately. They don't do that. In a question of say 5 to 10 years now, there will be the issue of a wood scarcity. Those places that I'm talking the other time, Bayelsa, Edo, whatever. If you want to get wood now, it's very, very far to the upland, to the river itself, to the swamp itself, too far. That's why the wood is very hot now.
This is a call to action to the Department of Forestry, Federal Ministry of Environment. We in Nigeria are losing our trees and we need a solution to this loss. When one tree is cut down, I believe 10 more should be planted in its stead. Wood in Nigeria plays a very vital role, and leaving our forests to chance of the trees growing on their own accord is very risky. We need to be more intentional about our forests, and yes, also the trees in our hood. If you've ever wondered where you can get wood from, well, look no further. The sawmill at Itamaga area of Ikorodu in Lagos is right there for you. Now, if you happen to be a lover of DIYs, or you're a professional wood carver, an artist that uses wood for their craft, or one who uses wood in their everyday life, for example, writers, well, always remember, wood is good, but we need more trees in our hood. Plant a tree today, save our environment.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olujade.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol.
We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure
a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Five most expensive houses in the world. The world's most expensive houses are symbols of luxury and immense wealth, located in some of the most prestigious places. From historic palaces to cutting-edge designs, these properties offer a glimpse into the lives of the ultra-rich. Top of the list is Buckingham Palace in London, valued at $4.9 billion. It's the official residence of the British monarch, featuring staterooms, expansive gardens, and famous events like the changing of the guard. Next is Antilia in Mumbai, worth $2 billion. This 27-story skyscraper belongs to Mukesh Ambani, one of India's richest men. It boasts 3 helipads, a 168-car garage, swimming pools, and a theater and gardens. In third place is Villa Leopolda on the French Riviera, valued at $750 million. Once owned by King Leopold II, it spans 50 acres and features breathtaking Mediterranean views. Villa Le Cordaire in Saint-Jean-Cap-Ferrat, France, comes at $450 million. Built in 1830, it includes a 14-bedroom mansion and a 35-acre botanical garden. Finally, Le Palais Boulle, or Bubble Palace in Cannes, is valued at $420 million. Known for its futuristic bubble-like design, it includes a panoramic lounge, swimming pools, and an amphitheater. To read on these and more, visit www.businessday.ng. Follow Business Day on all social media platforms. Business Day, news you can trust.
In 2024, 5 destinations are rapidly growing in tourism. From cultural hubs to natural wonders, these places offer unique experiences and untouched landscapes, reflecting a shift towards sustainable, authentic, and culturally immersive travel. Here are 5 fastest growing tourism destinations in 2024. At number 1 is Qatar. In 2023, Qatar welcomed 4 million tourists, boosted by events like the FIFA World Cup 2022 and Formula One. By April 2024, over 2 million tourists had visited, with Doha being a key attraction. Major cruise lines like Royal Caribbean, Norwegian, and MSC are now offering voyages to Qatar. At number 2 is Albania. Albania is a budget-friendly European destination known for its World Heritage sites, contemporary architecture, and lively beach towns. Its affordability and diverse attractions have driven a notable rise in tourist numbers, making it a top choice for travelers this year. At third place is Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia's tourism sector is rapidly expanding due to its importance in the Muslim world and substantial government investment in infrastructure. Cities like Jeddah and Riyadh are pivotal to this growth. With a target of attracting 70 million international tourists by 2030, Saudi Arabia is making significant progress in global tourism. At fourth place is Salvador. El Salvador, known for its volcanic landscapes, has seen a tourism surge despite a U.S. travel advisory. Adventurous tourists are drawn to its unique geography, boosting El Salvador's popularity as a travel destination. At fifth place is Bulgaria. Despite political challenges and a pre-pandemic decline in tourism, Bulgaria has rebounded. Its entry into the Schengen area has revitalized the tourism industry, leading to a substantial growth and making Bulgaria more appealing in 2024. To read more stories like this, you can read up on our website at www.businessday.ng. Business Day, news you can trust.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
This is the Craftsmanship Chronicles series on Go Local, and on this episode, our focus is on wood, trees in our hood. Kemi Michael here, your Yoruba named Akwa Ibom girl, welcoming you to Go Local. Now, Go Local is a podcast where we delve deeply and explore our nation's local uniqueness. Go local, buy local, and together we stay global. As we get into it, do also grab a cup of your favorite drink and a snack you would love to munch on. Oh, and make sure to make it a Nigerian snack and get ready for an amazing ride. Since humans first realized they could make use of the materials they found in the vicinity, wood has been used and altered by us. People eventually learned about the special qualities of wood as they utilized it to satisfy a wide range of human requirements in peace and conflict, farming, and industry. Throughout history, trees and their wood have been essential to human existence.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
With just around 12 months till the deadline, Nigerian banks still have about 2.5 trillion naira to raise to meet the CBN's recapitalization deadline. If you remember that March 29, 2024, the announcement was made that by the end of Q1 2026, banks were required to have a minimum capital requirement. On the show today, we're going to be exploring what has been and what will be over the course of the next 1 year and some of the possible options available to the banks as we swing into phase 2 of the recapitalization exercise. Welcome to Economy and Markets, where we break down economic activities that are dominating the Nigerian space. I'm your host, David Olujimu. On March 29, 2024, the CBN announced a recapitalization exercise for banks that would require banks to raise their minimum share capital to 500 billion for banks with an international banking license, 200 billion for banks with a national authorization, and 50 billion for commercial banks with regional authorization. At the time, all the commercial and non-interest banks in Nigeria had a share capital plus share premium of 2.44 trillion naira, a figure that had to be raised to 6.48 trillion. With 2.02 trillion already in the works, 2.47 trillion has to be raised within the next 1 year. For the smaller tier 2 and tier 3 banks, it remains to be seen what effort will be within the next 1 year. Apart from now, let's talk about some of the banks which have listed. We have, looking at your screen, we have Access Holdings, which just concluded its 351 trillion naira. Its 351 trillion naira rights issues, raising its minimum share capital to 602 billion. Then we also had Zenith Bank, which concluded its 350 billion hybrid issue. It had a public offer and a rights issue, and it raised its minimum share to 621. Basically, these two banks have automatically satisfied the requirement. We had GTCO with a 400 billion naira public issue. However, the bank was able to raise 209 billion of the required amount, and it raised its share capital to 347.6 billion. We'll still have essentially the bank has to raise an additional, the bank still needs to raise 152.4 billion, as its minimum share capital is now around 347.6 billion naira. Fidelity Bank is another bank with an international banking authorization. The bank has raised 305.6 billion, but the bank still needs to raise 194.4 billion. And FCMB, it's another bank. Basically, we have 7 banks with international banking authorization. FCMB, through its public offer, raised 144.6 billion, and the bank's new minimum share capital is now around 269.9 billion. The bank still needs to raise 230.1 billion for it to be able to satisfy the requirement of its international banking license. FBN Holdings has just concluded its 149.6 billion naira rights issues. If fully subscribed, FBN Holdings would have its new share capital at around 400.9 billion, and will still need to raise 99.1 billion. So this bank is kind of safe. Basically, looking at what we have as it stands, only 6 banks have hit the new capital requirement, including EcoBank and Lotus Bank, which is a non-interest bank. EcoBank, before the recapitalization announcement was made, had a minimum share capital of 353.5 billion. Basically, with a national banking license, EcoBank already hit the target. Then we had Lotus Bank, which is a non-interest national bank and a bank that operates according to Islamic principles. They had a share capital of 20.9 billion. With the new capital requirement of 20 billion, Lotus Bank already satisfied the requirement. The banks which have now exceeded the requirement are Access, Zenith, EcoBank, Lotus Bank, and based on what we have now, if Fidelity Bank is able to conclude its private placement of 20 billion new shares, the bank is going to raise over 380 billion, and it looks like the bank is on track to satisfying the requirements. For the smaller tier 2 and tier 3 banks, we remains to be seen what they have in store, considering the fact that a number of them, and I'm going to be listing them, have very small capital. They are not listed on the exchange, so they don't have the capacity to raise capital right now from the stock exchange. They cannot do a public offer. However, some of them are going to be doing a rights issue. Some of their, due to the fact that they are unlisted securities. So we have Globus Bank with a share capital of 47.8 billion. The bank needs to raise 154.2 billion in the next 1 year for it to hit its 200 billion target. Standard Chartered is another bank. Standard Chartered, it's a more different case because Standard Chartered is a bank with international recognition. The bank is basically a subsidiary of the British Bank. They have a share capital of 45.4 billion, looking to raise 154.6 billion in order to continue its banking operations in Nigeria. We have Nova Bank, the former merchant bank, increased the share capital to 32.3 in order to move into the commercial banking space. Nova Bank still needs to raise 167.7 billion naira for it to be able to hit the 200 billion share capital requirement before March 31st, 2026. Titan Trust Bank, which is another case study, they have a share capital of 29.2 billion. and still need to raise 170.8 billion before they can continue operations. Premium Trust Bank is 26 billion and still needs to raise 147 billion naira before they can continue operations. Optimus Bank has a share capital of 25 billion. And another bank which is very huge on the radar is Citibank Nigeria, with a share capital of 14.4 billion, needing to raise at least 185.6 billion before they can continue operations in Nigeria. Basically, from what we see now, we also have some of our tier 2 banks which are garnering attention. Stanbic IBTC is presently in the process of a rights issue where the bank is looking to raise 148.7 billion. It's a holdings company. If the company is able to raise this amount, it moves its share capital to 258 billion essentially. The bank will have surpassed the capital requirement needed to continue operations. Wema Bank also has a recapitalization share capital of 67 billion. If Wema Bank is able to raise the 149.3 billion required from its rights issue that is presently undergoing, the bank's share capital will move into 216 billion and the bank will have successfully raised. Sterling Bank has had a share capital of 57 billion before the recapitalization announcement was made. After carrying out a private placement of 75 billion and a rights issue worth 28 billion, the bank has been able to raise 104 billion naira, now with a share capital of 160.9 billion. Essentially, Sterling Bank needs to raise 39 billion in order to hit the 200 billion requirement. The question now arises as we round up the show: what is the hope for smaller banks? In Nigeria today, we have 27 commercial and non-interest banks, including the ones that are Islamic banks, basically Lotus Bank, Jaiz Bank, Taj Bank, Alt Bank. Those banks don't have much of an issue. Where issues stem from are these tier 2 banks, talking about Sterling, Wema, Union, Providus, and Unity after their merger, Globus, Polaris, Standard Chartered, Nova, Premium Trust, Optimus, Citibank. These are the banks where a lot of attention there's going to be a lot of searchlight on these banks in the coming months, considering can all of them raise this amount to stay on board? This is a question that we'll answer next time on the show when we have a guest. Thank you. This is all we can take for the show for today. Have a lovely weekend.
watching Business Day Television.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is the Business Day Television broadcast.
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at noon. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Let's see what's making headlines this afternoon. Nigerian senators debate sale of the country's third largest cement manufacturer to Chinese firm. Nigeria reaffirms free HIV treatment despite reduced United States support. Death toll rises in Nigeria's meningitis outbreak. Canada Prime Minister Mark Carney says old relationship with the United States is over. Real Madrid coach Ancelotti to face trial for alleged tax fraud. Well, we begin the news in Nigeria, where the Senate on Thursday, March 27th, debated the proposed sale of the country's third largest cement producer to a Chinese firm. This resolution followed a motion sponsored by Shuaib Salisu, representing Ogun Central, during the plenary, amid concerns over foreign dominance in Nigeria's cement industry. After the debate, the Senate directed the Bureau of Public Enterprises and the Securities and Exchange Commission to oversee the sale of Lafarge Africa plc to ensure alignment with national security and economic interest. The upper chamber also mandated its Committee on Capital Market to liaise with government agencies in the sale process to ensure that it is transparent. Moving on, the National Agency for the Control of AIDS has confirmed that treatment for HIV in Nigeria remains free despite ongoing funding challenges. The Director General of NACA, Temitope Ilori, revealed this on Thursday in Asaba, Delta State, after inaugurating the Pediatric Prevention of Mother-to-Child Transmission of HIV-related committee. Ilori highlighted President Bola Tinubu's commitment to ending HIV in the country, revealing the allocation of 300 billion naira to fight the disease and address other health-related issues in spite of financial constraints. She added that the inaugurated committee will assist in addressing the challenges of HIV transmission from mother to child in the state. To end the local news, the death toll from the meningitis outbreak in Nigeria has increased to 74, with cases reported in 21 of the country's 36 states, as well as Abuja, the Nigeria capital. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control and Prevention revealed this on Thursday, March 27, saying that in recent weeks, Kebbi, Katsina, and Sokoto states in northwest Nigeria bore the brunt of the outbreak. The head of corporate communications of the NCDC, Sani Dati, revealed that the center has dispatched rapid response teams to the three states to address the rise in suspected cases and death of cerebrospinal meningitis. And on the foreign scene, Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney has revealed that Canada's old relationship with the United States, based on deepening economic integration and tightened security and military cooperation, is over. Carney says that Canadians must fundamentally reimagine their economy in the face of US President Donald Trump's tariffs. According to the Prime Minister, Canada would respond with retaliatory tariffs that will have maximum impact on the United States. President Trump earlier announced on Wednesday, March 26, that he would target imported vehicles and vehicle parts with a 25% tax, stating that it will remain permanent. Now, to end the news, a Madrid court has confirmed that Real Madrid coach Carlo Ancelotti will go on trial next Wednesday for allegedly failing to declare income to Spain's tax office. The Madrid State Prosecutor's Office accuses the 65-year-old Italian of having cost Spain's treasury more than €1 million in undeclared earnings from image rights in 2014 and 2015. This was revealed by the court scheduled to hear the case on Friday, as details will be communicated later. Well, these are the top headlines from the BDTV News at noon. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Keep watching BDTV.
You are watching Business Day Television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Welcome to Real Talk with Pam Show, where authenticity meets conversation and where women's lived experiences become shared and learning ones. I'm your host, Pamela, and today's show promises to be inspiring and insightful as I get to converse with Ifeoma Fafunwa, a visionary playwright, trainer, producer, and the creative director of I Open Eye Africa Foundation. Her work is driving social change through performance art, both in Nigeria and abroad. Her acclaimed stage play, Hear Word, has inspired over 120,000 audience members worldwide. Ifeoma is an alumni of Harvard University Radcliffe Institute, the Aspen Institute, and MIT Media Lab. Let's dive in. Ifeoma, welcome to Real Talk with Pam. So glad to have you here.
Thank you for having me.
Fantastic. So today, we're going to talk about all things Ifeoma Fafunwa, talk about Hear Word, about your experiences. I want to start first with the fact that you are a pioneer of the theatre industry in Nigeria. You are a social justice activist. What got you into the path of creative activism?
Okay, so very quickly, I'll set aside this pioneer thing because I know that growing up as a child, there were major theater. In the 60s in Nigeria, there was a lot of theater. And I think it just kind of went down. So it's more like pioneers of the Renaissance of theater. But to answer your question, I always knew I was an artist, and I really loved theater. And I discovered my love for theater at Holy Child College in Obalende. There were two things happening. So there was a priest at St. Gregory's called Father O'Connell who used to do musicals.
Okay.
And watching those musicals, I remember thinking, you know, I really love this, but I didn't think it was a job. You know, everybody was always centered towards accountants, this, that. I didn't, you know, I was lost as an artist, basically. And then when many years later, I went into architecture because it was the safest thing that you could do as an artist and not say, you know, I went into theater arts.
Sure,
you know, and I'd gone to school in the US, and it just seemed like you weren't going to go to school for drama. And then the many years later happened, which is that I then went to, I was sort of recommended into this group called the Aliwa, which is the Africa Leadership Initiative for West Africa.
Okay.
And part of that is that you do seminars in Ghana, and then, you know, in Aspen. It's part of the Aspen Institute. And we had to take an action pledge.
Right.
And the idea was that it had to be passion-driven, but make a difference in your community. And that brought the two together for me in a way that had never happened before. So I now thought, okay, I really like art. How do I use art for community change, for development, etc.? And then my passion for women and my belief that women can make the major difference now for the world, and theater. I just put the two together right there at the seminar. And I started doing it. Yeah.
And it's absolutely been powerful because through that, I'm sure Hear Word came about.
Yes.
So for people who don't know Hear Word, could you tell us about it? But I remember watching it a few months ago. I saw you that day, and it was just so powerful, talking about women's issues, but using art to do it. But, you know, you wouldn't expect it to be that powerful. But parts of it were funny, jarring as well, especially for the men sitting there. But it's such a powerful play that you can't walk out not being different, I believe.
Right.
And so I'd like you to talk to us about how did Hear Word come about? You're celebrating 10 years of it now, and it's been an acclaimed play, not just in Nigeria, but all over the world. So just congratulations for that.
Thank
but
you.
Please just tell us, how did that come about? And what changes have you seen through Hear Word?
Okay, so how it came about for me, like I said, the first Ignite was this Aspen Institute Aliwa thing. The second was I had, even before that, I had watched For Colored Girls, who, yes, in the US. And I remember thinking, wow, I want to make work like this. And it's a collection of stories based on true stories by African American women in different color outfits. So even here, what you can see, like there's some color coding. So those influences were the steadfast thing for me. And then years later, I moved back to Nigeria, and Joke Silva, you know, I was directing. I was a creative director in the U.S. and I was also performing. And Joke Silva said, "Hey, you know, I have this play that is tricky called The Vagina Monologues by Eve Ensler, and I'd like somebody to direct it, and I think you will do the job." You know, since you're just in town, nobody knows you, so you might take a chance and step out and do it. So then again, Vagina Monologues is similar to For Colored Girls. It's just written by one person, but it's basically a collection of stories about, you know, injustice and inequality of women, and placed in the same format, just less dance, less music. And that, yeah, so that was the base. And then in directing that, the organization that was working together with Joke Silva put on V Monologues, and that kind of grew out of the group that came to fund V Monologues, came into town to watch the Vagina Monologues. And then they funded the development of V Monologues. And so, you know, in seeing that development also, I went back to the first For Colored Girls thinking. The color, the song, the dance, and the bright lights and everything. Whereas Vagina Monologues is funny, but it's a little more in your face. It's a little more, you know, tough. What I was looking for was something that everyone could watch, except if you are too young. Men would be able to watch it. It looked pretty. It wasn't like this, like the feminist angst thing, which I felt would turn people off. I wanted it to be more sexy and, you know, vibrant, the way Lagos is. So, yeah.
Wow, that's amazing.
So that's where it came across.
Great. And so since it's been on for 10 years, what differences have you seen in terms of the stories that the play represents? How have you seen changes, particularly in Nigeria, through hereward?
Well, I mean, there's a lot that's happened in 10 years. We started before Me Too. So Me Too was a global movement that kind of now recognized us. And some of our international travel was, I think, because Me Too was starting. We had already been recognized and seen by audience members who are international. And I think they just started talking about it because of Me Too. And over the last 10 years, we've stayed the same. We've tweaked the story a little bit to be more, you know, but not a lot. What has happened in 10 years is that the world has put a focus lens on injustice, on violence against women, on girls, and even now on young boys, on trafficking, etc. So they've put a lens on it, and that has helped us stay relevant as well.
Absolutely.
So we support as a soft power to bigger conventions that are taking place, and you want something to draw the audience in to the data, because if you're just putting data out, people are not as,
of course,
they're not as emotionally vested.
Yeah, that's true.
And what I've seen in Nigeria is that focus has taken place. When Me Too first started, Nigeria was quiet. You know, we were like, okay. But then a few things happened. the Dakolo girl, woman.
Yes.
She spoke about, what happened when she was a girl. And then a few, the university, sex for grades, things. So exposés happened. And I think those exposés have made a difference.
Right.
I think speaking, being I think Busola Dakolo is her name, being brave enough to come out like that. It just brings, it's like part of that hear word, it's sort of like hear me, this is what happened. Whether you agree or you don't agree, you now realize you're kind of on the lookout for it.
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
So people are more vigilant. And then there's the students in the schools, and stuff like that. It's helped. It's helped people be more alert. It's helped people believe survivors more. Because I think that was part of the gatekeeping. You tell the survivor, shh. So then it perpetuates the problem, because then the perpetrator thinks, well, nobody said anything. So he's not really bothering them.
Yes.
You know, you'd be surprised how many men think it's okay. Like, it's not, they didn't complain.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Nobody, whereas the survivor may be feeling like literally killing you, but they're not saying anything. Or they may feel like killing themselves.
Sure.
And the man is just moving around.
Yes.
But if you want to talk about what Hear Word itself did, that's hard to quantify, because we have, over 150,000 audience members around the world. So how did those members, we're only now beginning to get surveys back, and people saying things like, from that day, this is how I did things. And we're like, okay, wow, we're even surprised. It wasn't intentional.
Sure.
There was some intent.
Sure.
But we didn't know it would go on for 10 years.
For 10 years.
And we didn't know that people would be that changed by it. Every time I've worked on Hear Word, my children have suffered from it.
Right.
Definitely. And, when you're passionate and you're moving, you're not thinking. And then you come back home and you realize, my God, nothing, no development here. While I'm, So I mean, I can use this forum now to sort of apologize to my children, to say, sorry. Because to be honest, it's a sad story that when you leave and you are moving with one train that I mean, I'm lucky that I have a husband who is, who doesn't say stop and don't do the work, right? And who I can rely on to be at home, meaning to come home. He works, I mean, to come home, but then there's all that time, in the day, and
Yeah, but I'm sure you're making up.
So I try to make up.
Yes.
So the best answer I can say for people women who are working is something that I've learned now, and I wish I knew it 10 years ago, and that's quality time.
Right.
So what I do with my kids is I try to zero in and be very intentional about the time I'm with my children.
Yeah.
And we're making up. I mean, I can tell, like, oh, wow, this is something my child should have known 5 years ago.
Right.
And now I'm sharing it now. But children are adaptable and they'll learn. And even though they may be slower, because of that, they're catching.
Maybe.
There are probably some women who are so great at multitasking.
Right.
That they can literally be, go and do this, go and do that, ordering meat pie for the child's school, take, my children, like I was really racing around, when the school is always asking you for things. And I just felt like that was just one more thing I couldn't do. And with 4 children, 4 schools, and I wasn't smart enough to put them all in one school. And if I could, I would have put them in one class. you know? So 4 classes are asking for snacks or outfits for International Day and Christmas this and that play. It's like, who can do that? Now, of course, I watched a small IG thing. The woman who was, I think, the head of somewhere, she was saying how she had a person dedicated to handling all those little things, like food at the school and all. So she had like a proper PA executive.
Right.
And then so that they didn't miss out on that. But still, she also had a standing, and this I learned maybe 3 years in, a standing agreement that whenever the phone rang and it was the child, she would stop
and pick up.
Yeah.
Welcome back to Real Talk with Pam. Today we've been talking with Ifeoma Fafunwa about her life, Hear Word, and just her experiences as a human being. Right, Ifeoma? Right, okay, so you have a foundation called I Open Eye. I love that name. How did that come about? And just tell me a little bit about the remit of the foundation and any projects you have coming up.
Yeah, so I Open Eye is, I came about that name from, I liked Shine Your Eye.
Right.
And the idea of awareness, and when I'd already come across this concept, I was already working on Hear Word as a concept, and another play called Lagos Woman Dream. And so the idea was that that after watching it, your eyes are opened.
Yes.
So so I thought I Open Eye would be a foundation that other artists could come and share transformational work, artwork, in that same way that we do. So what we do is basically use performance arts to drive social change. We have a few other projects. They're just not as popular as Hear Word.
Right.
Love and Recession, is another play. And there's a play called 100 Million Vagabonds.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, which is, basically about, it only had one small airing. And I haven't had time with Hear Words being so all-encompassing. But about young people, and not investing in youth.
Right.
So then you create 100 million vagabonds, right?
Wow.
And the idea is just to make the population aware on all sides, from the people who sustain the problem, and the people who suffer from the problems, as a nation, for us to be aware. And that was the idea behind I Open Eye.
Yeah.
Meaning the artist is opening their own eye, and the audience is getting their own eyes opened as well.
Yes.
We also do workshops. We've been doing workshops for a long time, but they're quiet. We don't charge for the workshops.
Okay.
And these are performance art workshops that include not just actors, singers, some dancers, just people who want to public speak. While we're teaching the craft, the art of excellent performance, we're also teaching you about, because it's usually for women, although I've had a few workshops with men.
Right.
But it's basically about, who are you as a woman in the world of patriarchy? How does patriarchy manifest? Because if you're teaching someone an excellent art form, you also have to teach them how the system may be holding them down ever so, either strongly or gently, right? So we also teach that in the workshop.
That's great.
Yeah.
And do you do anything with teenagers?
We do. We've done school. We've actually gone to, we have a version of Hear Word that goes to, to secondary schools. And we've done boys' secondary schools. So, and that's a different exciting, or the police academy, where, it's a different set of questions.
Yes.
Because when boys are asking questions about this, it's actually something that I think we need to do more of, because that was an eye-opening experience for us to have 10 actresses that are like aunties that, teenage boys can ask honest questions.
That is so powerful. That is amazing.
Yeah. And then we do the open dialogue. So the open dialogue is something that we do with or without the show. which is just like forums
Yeah.
where discussions can take place. People can ask questions, people can exchange ideas, people can come up with solutions, and they can argue also.
So moving on, I wanted to ask about just women supporting women. I think that it's what I find sometimes with women is that we can fall into the comparison trap. So how can women, just support other women and not fall into that trap where we get into being competitive with one another? And then it can become quite an unhealthy thing rather than a very holistic and inspiring thing.
Well, the first thing to acknowledge, I think, is that almost every woman has somehow been trained to compare themselves to another woman. Men do it, but in a different kind of way, right? To compare themselves to another woman and to lack trust. I think trust, because I think men have more trust for one another in the sense that even if I'm comparing myself to him, if I had the right tools or the right money or whatever it is, I'll be there.
Sure.
Yeah. Whereas women we're trained to take that back seat, to doubt, to question, to not laugh too loud, to not give your full passion in things, especially if you are trained in that colonial method or era. Why are you showing why are you laughing too loud? We even have it in Yoruba, like,
Right.
You know what I mean? It's just like, they're just things that hold you back. So you start, when you don't trust yourself fully, you also don't trust the same thing like you.
That's right.
Now, that's not to say that women can't be difficult to partner with. I think that when you have not been given the opportunity to be in charge, then you suddenly feel like when you're in charge or when it's moving forward, that you get hungry for it.
Right.
In the same way that leaders in Nigeria or in Africa as a whole, they come to leadership and then you start feeling like it's this feeding frenzy and you feel like it was ordained.
Right.
God has decided that you are supposed to be dominating and taking everything.
Right.
So I think there's some degree of when you haven't been, when you're being traumatized, that you don't trust the other person's motives. And so there's always a checking with women. Now, what I think as a group of women we need to realize is the hard facts. And that is that when women lead certain things, there tends, or when they are included in leadership, those things tend to be more wholesome.
That's right.
They are planned for the future better. Women are more aware of grandchildren that will need the next generation and the generation after that. They think about things that maybe men may not think about and maybe should think about. Just the environment, just things that we need.
Right.
So when women are included in leadership, things work better. That's one. When you partner with another woman, at least from the work I've been doing, it really has been women that have pushed here word. Now, of course, you'd say, well, it's women's work, but the biggest leaps forward have come from women, from audience members who just walk up and say, and in the beginning you wonder if you should trust it, what's the motive? I really want to take this to Ibadan. I really want to take this to Harvard. I really want, these are all women that, and if you look in the arts in general, just in film, in fine art, women have come to play in those areas and it's moved the entire art form up.
Right.
So the advice I have for women is, it will feel uncomfortable It may. It may feel uncomfortable to work with other women and to partner, but things are critical enough now in Africa and in Nigeria that we have no choice. We should do it anyway.
That's right. That's right.
And then see how to make it work as we move forward.
Sure.
Because the things that women are doing together now, that's the one thing I failed to mention. In the last 10 years, the partnerships with women, you know, the clubs, the Bible study groups, the, you know, women are running the schools. The moms are running the school projects, the parties, the celebrations, the campaigns, the banks, the women in the bank, the churches. You have one pastor. It is like 300 women that are running that church facility. So the question then is, why aren't we, they run the home.
Right.
So why aren't we putting them in a position that we can then say to women, oh yeah, solve this problem now.
Solve this problem, yeah.
Solve this problem that is Nigeria. Yeah.
Yes.
So in
That's
my life, women have brought the biggest wins.
Yeah. So have I. I think that I found in my own life is when you have a group of people who share the same values, then you move each other forward. I mean, I met you through Ndidi Muneli, and you know that has been an instrumental relationship for me. She's one of the women who championed so many other women, and I think, like you champion so many other women, I think we need more women who champion other women. Yes, women are doing things, but I find that, you know, a friend today said to me, you know, collaboration over competition, and that's the mindset I think women need to have. And like you said, if you start from a premise of you don't trust yourself, then you find it hard to trust someone else. But if you come with an open heart of, no, this is going to be good for me and for everybody else, and bring each other up, that is a powerful thing, you know. And I think, like you said, women are a powerful force. And if we can just get over ourselves sometimes, we'll keep moving forward.
And I think when you say to yourself, the competition, what does the competition mean? Where does it come from? It's really that system that exists that says this type of woman is better than this type of woman. And this younger woman is better than an older woman, right? So then what is the system that's put those rules in place?
Sure.
Because there used to be a different set of rules. I mean, in a village, a grandmother of 80 who is moving around, you know, is revered, right? I mean, so they are just, everybody has something to offer.
Exactly.
And if you begin to decide that what you have to offer has to look like what someone else has to offer, that's it. Yeah,
exactly.
You've got to find your own passion. I mean, as churches say, or as whatever say, as mosques say, you know, what is your passion that you're bringing? What did God make you to do?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And the minute, like you said, you begin to compare yourself with somebody else, oh, I should be there. Why am I not doing this? It's all downhill from there.
It's downhill because you're not listening to what you are meant to do.
Yeah. And look at
and
that.
we all do it.
Yeah,
I
we
mean,
do.
you know,
Absolutely.
I've got my hair braided, and you know, I'm wearing, you know, it's embassy. You know, we all do it
To a certain extent,
we all
we
do
do,
it
absolutely.
to an extent. But I think, like now at my age, I'm looking back and saying, what do I do every day that I'm doing for the world and not for myself?
Sure.
That's the question I'm starting to ask myself. And you'll be surprised how many things. I'm ready to gorimapa my hair.
I did that. I only started growing back my hair actually about a year ago. You know, when I lived in England, one day I just got up. I said, I'm tired.
Yeah, what
I'm
are
sick
we
and tired
doing?
of just going to palm my hair, spending £100. I just went to the barbers. I said, shave it all off.
Shave it all off. Yeah.
Yeah, so I just started growing back my hair again. But yeah, that's a powerful question. What are you doing?
What is it you do every day that is not really for you? It's because you think you need the approval of others.
Sure.
You need people to look at you and say, wow, you know, I want to be like her. You need admiration, right? And this is my new journey, my own new eye-opener for myself. And maybe I can write about it for...
Yes. Yeah, no, that's powerful. And also, you know, similar to you, moving back to Nigeria, I made up my mind. I said, you know what, Pam, you need to face your own lane, because if you start looking left and right, there's so many things that are going to make you feel intimidated. So many women that are going to make you feel like you are nothing. Not because they're saying it, but I'm saying it to myself.
Yes,
you know what I mean? So I had to be intentional about saying, you know what, face your own lane. I'm not looking left, I'm not looking right. I'm just going to do my own journey, and it's helped me.
And to support that, think about it. If every young woman decided, I'm not doing anything because it's not, because the end result of that can be that you look at someone else and say, wow, this person is doing so much more. What I'm doing is pointless.
Right.
So then you don't do it.
Do it, exactly.
Or you don't do it with passion, or you don't grow it, right? Then what happens is then we have a world where so many people are not doing anything because one or two idols, we're all busy looking at that person.
That's it. That's true.
So then your little community, your school, your home, your little nieces or nephews don't benefit from your greatness because you think my light is not bright enough. Let me just switch it off.
Right.
That person who is far away, whether it's Michael Jackson or whatever it is, they're far away. They're not. They're not really. They're not really changing. They're changing the world in some way, but they're not. But they are doing their own light.
Sure.
So when you idolize too much, then what happens is you're busy doing that rather than growing your own crop.
That's right. That's right.
And then it starts to look like almost like this cult type of thing or a community, the olden days communities you see in movies where the emperor comes out and all the people bow their head and they busy wait. They wait for the handout.
Sure.
You see what I mean?
I see what
so
you
that's
mean.
an extreme visual
Yes.
that you can now play over on women. Every woman has something to bring.
Absolutely.
The woman selling oranges that greets you as, come on, and she gives you one extra, or you are walking with your child and she says, Mode, come, and she cuts that. That changes the day. She just cuts that orange for that child. It changes the day.
Absolutely.
She has empowered. She has put out an energy field.
That's true.
And we all need to just be putting out our energy field and not comparing our energy field to anybody else's.
Daily.
Yep.
Amazing. So finally, thank you so much. Finally, what are you most grateful for?
What am I most grateful for? I'm grateful for many things. I'm grateful, but in this work, with this particular work, I am grateful, first of all, for the women that I work with. I work with some amazing women. I work with, Joke Silva, Elvina Hebrew, Amona, Zara. They're amazing women. They've stayed with this project for 10 years. They've taught me a lot about this same collaboration and camaraderie, sisterhood. They've prayed for me. I've prayed for them, we're like a family. So I'm grateful for them. They've grown me. They've given me a tough time sometimes, really tough time. I'm not gonna lie. Check my sometimes it's like, am I going to stand up again? Because they are daring, bold, passionate and powerful women. So being around them sometimes is like you're in the fray and they'll knock you down. But their commitment level, their artistry, their partnership with me, their trust in me, has been incredible. So I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful for the audience that has carried Hereward everywhere, because I haven't written to anyone to say we want to take Hereward to Germany, or we want to take it or to Ibadan or Abuja. This is audience that have written to us. And for every place we've gone, that really only has constituted about 10% or less.
Wow.
Because most people who try to take it don't get it, but we still see them trying, and that's wonderful. That's wonderful. I'm grateful for the audience. And lastly, I guess I'm grateful for my own development and my own being able to say, because I never stayed at anything for more than 2.5 years. I really don't have the staying power. I get
Is that creative juices?
I cannot stay in any job. I left after 2 years.
Right.
So so the fact that I've stayed 10 years is like, it's killing me, but it's trained me.
Right.
And it has made me learn about myself, that I'm capable of doing that. Yeah.
Amazing.
So I'm grateful for all. And I have to be honest, my spirituality has grown. I was always spiritual, not religious in practice.
Sure.
But I have seen things in these 10 years that make me understand that it's not me.
It's bigger than yourself.
Oh, yeah. Yes, no, I knew that immediately.
Yeah.
Like within the first few years, I was like, because I would hit this boulder and me would say, there is no way this is moving. We're going to fold here.
Right.
And then, I'd get up the next day, I'd hear a voice saying, just keep going. And I move, and then there's like a parting of the seas, right? From money to, tickets to, just all sorts of things have happened, miracles on the way. And so, yeah, so my spirituality has grown.
Fantastic. Yeah. Thank you so much, Ifeoma. Thank you most of all for saying yes to hear word and not giving up after 2 years. Thank you for the changes that you've made. Whether you know it or not, it's a powerful, powerful play. It's changed my life and the way I think about things. And thank you for the difference you're making in the world of bringing women, inspiring women, and just emboldening us to do better. So thank you so much.
Thank you, and thank you to your audience.
We are here to collect our brother's property. Yes, if I ever see the leg of Iyala Yababalai in this again, you will meet your maker.
Thank you so much to Ifeoma for being on Real Talk with Pam. It was an inspiration hearing her story and experiences. We believe that from sharing your experiences, another woman will see themselves in you. A shout out to that woman out there breaking through barriers daily and staying true to yourself. I am proud of you. Remember, here on Real Talk with Pam, authenticity meets conversation. Till next time, bye for now.